Imagínate escuchar tu canción favorita como si fuera la primera vez. Te presentamos el totalmente nuevo y reimaginado Nissan Kicks con sonido Bose Personal Plus y bocinas en la parte superior de los asientos para crear una experiencia 360. Jamás has escuchado algo así. Reimagina tu música y tu forma de manejar. Descubre el totalmente nuevo y reimaginado Nissan Kicks en nissanusa.com. Función disponible. Bose es una marca registrada de The Bose Corporation.
You are now listening to the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to The Disconnected. It's Thursday, which means it's time to get reconnected. And this one, I feel like we have been counting down the days to this since the dawn of time. Mr. Aaron West, all the way from CineJourneys and Criterion Now. Thank you, sir.
What's weird is I had a YouTube tab open in another browser, so I heard you, and I was like, is Ryan talking twice? How did this happen? The demons got Ryan.
The demons got me. They came off the shirt, yeah. I'm honored. That's how I am. Honored to have you here. It has been a great episode to count down to. We got a lot to talk about tonight. You got stuff to reveal tonight? We
have a lot to talk about. Wow. We have a lot to talk about. I was expecting like 5,000 Pink films, basically, the week I came on.
That's next week.
Or like 88, exactly. And I was like, oh my God, I'm just going to be making stuff up and riffing. But we hit my sweet spot this week, so. Hello, everybody.
This is basically the perfect Aaron week. And not only did we plan on Criterion, but somehow we got like great imprint releases. We got Reanimator. We got some fun things to talk about as far as disc replacements. It's going to be a good week.
My favorite topic, disc replacements. Oof. Gets me going.
How's CineJourneys going lately?
Oh, it's been fun. Well, as you know, we got Imogen up on the platform. So I think most people that know physical media know Imogen Sarah Smith, and we put her Pal and Pressburger class up. And wow, people really like Imogen Sarah Smith. So that's nice. And we have Derek Smith, not related. He has a Japanese New Wave class coming up. So yeah, it's been fun. And we're doing award season. So we just had our first call last night, talked about, basically all the awards candidates and, went through the critics awards and stuff. And it's kind of an open race. Nobody really knows who I think Anora probably, but yeah, you really don't know.
It's tough because it seems like Anora is either top of about half of the list or not on the other half of the list at all.
Yeah, and Anora is kind of like also that movie now that everybody has like somewhere. So even if it's not number one, like if it's number 2, 3, 4, the math will add up. So, but we'll see. As my wife said when we watched it, there's a lot of sex in this movie. I was like, yeah,
well,
that's the point.
That's only the first 30 minutes. After that, it calms down.
I did tell her, just wait. There's some stuff for y'all.
Normally, I don't spend as much time in the chat, but we got some good questions. First one being placed order with the Vinegar Syndrome sale in November. Still have no shipping notice. I know the pecking order shipments, but don't you guys think it needs to be better? Would have been great Christmas gifts for my brother. I'll just flat out say it's not been a month yet. And the fact that we know that they had more than 13,000 orders just for the keep, they have a lot to go through. And doing that in 1 month, even though they're a bigger label, they're not like Walmart or Amazon. A month is a lot of... it's a lot of impatience, especially during a holiday time of the year. So that's the other part of it. But I'd love to think that they would get here by Christmas, but I wouldn't ever plan on that, really. Even as a subscriber, I don't plan on that.
If I laugh randomly, it's because I'm seeing the chat. But yeah, no, I just got my shipping notice, and it took a couple weeks. And yeah, of course, I want to get my discs, but it shipped this week, and I saw the tracking. It's going to arrive Monday, so that's pretty quick. Sometimes the first date is sometimes it's earlier. Now it's probably not going to be tomorrow or Friday, But yeah, no, it's kind of a bummer. I think I wonder if they go through like size of orders, because just based on Hall Post, it seems like a lot of the subscriptions went out first, and then people that got a lot of. I mean, I think I got like 5 or 6 titles, which is a good amount. But yeah, so buy more. That's my trick. That's my tip.
We got the normal comment from Josephine talking about new watches, bringing up Massacre Mafia style heart beeps. I love you again, Female Trouble. Obviously, Female Trouble's great.
Yes.
Shout out Heart Beeps though. Great
Heart
movie.
Beeps. Yeah, I mean,
movie.
It's not Citizen Kane or Persona or anything, but it is what it is. It's a charming rom-com from the early 80s.
Since you are the Christmas show, technically, because next Thursday is the 26th, Josephine wants to know, what's your favorite iconic Christmas tree in a movie?
Wow, Christmas tree. Well, I guess Die Hard. I know there's that whole, hey, it's a Christmas, and there's like the backlash to it being a Christmas movie. Oh, thank you. Yes, more me go something. I don't know. Hey Terry, but yeah, the Christmas tree in that movie is really good. I think. Yeah,
that's a classic one.
What makes it a Christmas movie, arguably, I guess.
I'll say for me, probably, and just because it was the first one that really hit me hard as a kid, that made me feel like Christmas was special. Home Alone 2, that moment outside is pretty damn special.
Yeah, a friend of mine saw Fanny and Alexander by Bergman. I'm going straight to Bergman, so this is what you get, Ryan. And then somebody else saw Home Alone, and I was like, "This is the mashup that like nobody knew we needed." But I think you get the Christmas tree, and you get Max von Sydow, doing his thing. So.
I love that there are so many people discovering Hundreds of Beavers right now in the chat. Great movie.
I can't believe how popular that's been. I mean, I haven't seen it yet because I'm waiting for my order, like everybody else. And I see Craig. I know you don't like people to read the chat. Sorry, but I saw Craig mention Flow. And speaking of,
I like everybody reading the chat. Please do.
Oh, okay. I'm reading the chat. I just won't shout it out, but except for Craig. Hi, Craig. Flow is something that I really want to see. It's very top of my wish list. But I'm not really. Sorry, I know it's the Christmas episode, but I'm not really a Christmas movie guy.
Same.
Yeah. So
very much same. I love that Craig shouted out Flow. We're going to talk about recent watches, but funny enough, the same night Craig watched it and logged it on Letterboxd and posted the Discord, I watched Flow as well. Showed my whole family, and
okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But first, pickups. You don't get a chance to share those all that often with what you cover necessarily. So why don't we talk about some stuff you got in?
I mean, like I guess everybody knows I pick up the Criterions, but I
do.
I do, yeah. I mean, imagine that, crazy. But I do pick up. I mean, you see this because I post them sometimes in the Hall Post. I should do that more, but yeah, I did get this one. So Peter Strickland, yes, it's very, very. I guess reflective. Oh, nice. So the thing is, I'm writing an A24 book. We'll be talking about that. It's been a lot of fun, but it's also kind of an excuse to get things like this with 7 hours. Oh, wait, so I don't know how many movies there are, but one of them is A24, and that's in Fabric. So that's my tax write-off justification. Do you want to go next?
No, go right ahead. Share all of yours.
Oh, mine. Okay. Well, it's only 3, but they're 3 pretty big ones.
Yep.
This one is really cool. Reliance. It's another reflective one. I guess they all are. But this is the Nothing is Sacred Benoit box. So this has, see, I'm in the dark here. I forget what it has, but it's films that I like. And in fact, I think I'm going to be talking about it on another podcast soonish. So I don't know if you're a Benoit fan, people in the chat. Benoit?
I'm getting that soon.
Let's see. Yeah, good point, Sibner. If I open them, they will not reflect. But the thing is, I mean, you never know. Somebody might say, "Hey, $500," and the last one. So actually, this is thanks to you all. And that's the thing. I'm into French film, but I can't say that word. I can say Louis or Louis. I can't say. I can't do. Yeah, I think that's pretty close, if not exact. Fiad.
I'm certainly not French either. That's what I would try.
News at 11. So the thing is, this was almost out of print. It might be out of print now. If not, it's pretty close.
It went quick.
Yeah, I saw the stock warning, and I was like, so that's where you say FOMO shouldn't be a thing, but when it's 100 copies left, please make FOMO a thing, because you're gonna OMO, you're gonna MO. So I do love, I have one or two of these. I think I have Phantomas, just I think it's a Flicker Alley set from a few years back. But he's great, and I could see myself watching these, sometime in my lifetime. Don't want to miss that beautiful box. And it's gone. Thanks, Mandible.
Ronnie is saying that it's Foyad.
Foyad. Ronnie would know. I don't know what.
Just subscribing certain attributes to people. I love this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had heard that was going quicker than expected. For a Masters of Cinema set, it's surprising, but not surprising, especially because a lot of those have never been available in Blu-ray ever.
It's a beautiful set, too. I mean, really. Sometimes often the pics don't do it justice, except for the Never-Ending Story. That turned out to be like as big as my house. The pics have to be
like topographical pics on that one.
Exactly. But this is a really wonderful set, so I can't wait to open it, even though I'm not going to for a little while.
Until 2028. All right. So some things in for me. It was a week of giving. Our guest last week, Mr. Joel Fisher, had this is so funny. He sent me a care package before the show last week and forgot that he sent it to me. And so I emailed him to thank him, and he went, "Oh yeah, I did send that to you." He sent me some Scarecrow goodies from Scarecrow in Seattle. There's that button. They've got the logo button, and then some of their newer stickers. Scarecrow video, and then this is going to be super reflective. That's fine. And then a T-shirt that is currently being washed, of course, and then a dear friend of the channel, Mr. Alex Krieger, who is usually either in the chat or he will watch this Saturday morning on his couch, bundled up with a cup of coffee. He just got back from a trip to Japan. And went a little crazy, saw a lot of things for the first time, and bought me some things. Let's see, one of these I can't show the cover on YouTube. I think it's this one. Yes. So very specifically placed fingertips. This is a movie called Masseuse that does not have a physical release in the U.S. This will play in Region A players. Eager to watch that.
There's our pink films, everybody.
These are close enough, yeah. This next one, as you can see, is The Corruption. And the last one, the most hardcore of all three, it is a wonderful tourism set where they literally just place a camera on the front of a train in Japan, and they show you going through the country. And he bought this not knowing that I used to be a conductor on the railroad. And I was like, wow. Okay. That is a very specific gift that I'm going to like. And he's like, no way, tell me about it. So we talked about working on the railroad for a little while.
Wow. I would love that, because I love Ozu films, and there are trains in all of them. So
exactly.
Of course they're from 50 years ago, but please tell, well, I don't know if Joel's here, but I really enjoyed him last week. So yeah, Joel is great. He'll probably be watching this soon. Stan got a Japanese Blu-ray of Life Force, and Alex messaged me about that, and he goes, "You think Stan will like this?" I said, "No, I think Stan will love that." I was so glad he got that. The funny thing is, he packed these in the box for me with a Terrifier 3 advertisement from Japan. That's actually pretty awesome. I haven't seen that. I don't think it's for me. I don't know, but
it's not even for me, so it's definitely not for you.
Well, I've heard the first one is terrible, and usually I want to see the first couple at least. And if you tell me the first one's terrible, then that's except for Smile. I do want to see Smile 2, and so I watched Smile 1 just Smile, as they call it, just to see what you got.
Smile 2 is much, much better than the first Smile.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
And then Terrifier, I don't know, the first one has no plot, and the second and third have too much plot. I kind of enjoy the first one more than the other two. Okay. It's not a good movie, but it's
that's it. Terrifier is not happening.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah. Wait till you see Sibner's comment. That's been my whole life, dude. For real. Well, not to digress too much, but like when I was young, I would, all the boomers, really, the people that grew up on Batman would be like,
Right.
"Hey, are you related?" So for a while, I made it a joke. I was like, "Oh yeah, he's my uncle. He gets trashed all the time. He's an asshole." And then like it stopped, and then Adult Swim happened, and he was on that, and so all like the millennials and stuff were like, "Oh man, Adam West." I was like, "He's my drunk uncle, trashed." Now it's Aaron West in the Roaring Twenties, which is a pseudonym actually. So yeah, I cannot. I'm trying to reclaim my name. That's actually why I wrote a book, is because I just want my name on something to actually be me.
At least it'll happen. Glad that's there. Let's see. One thing that we're going to get to before everything else. Randomly, Craig from Deaf Crocodile, who you and I were just talking about, texted me as we went live, said that he found some extra discs. And I know that people have been weary about labels that say that, thinking that they do this like, oh, this has been out of print, but we found them. Yeah. No, he genuinely just found some extra discs. And you know that because it's still in print, so it's not a big deal. However, Craig would like to give one of you a copy of Son of the Stars for free, the Deaf Crocodile release. I am curious to see how many people are staying up to date on Deaf Crocodile. So, if you can answer this one question first, we will give you a copy of Son of the Stars. And the thing that we should highlight is that myself and Will Dotson did the commentary this month for a film put out by Deaf Crocodile, releasing in December, shipping out to everybody now. It's incredible. It's their second 4K release. I'm not going to say the name of the film. I want to know the director of that film. First person to comment it in the chat gets a free copy of Son of the Stars from Deaf Crocodile.
Oh, he said 5.
I think we're only giving away 1, but he did find extra.
Okay. I think I'm already getting one, so not that I would assume that I get one that Craig found on his couch, but yeah, no, I trust Craig, and they are definitely not the kind. He found 5. Okay.
We still do not have a right answer, so waiting for people to figure that out.
Ken Loach would be great if they could get him.
Guys, Deaf Crocodile did not release a John Waters film.
I know.
But Brendan Timmons got this one right. That is Michael Schock, the director of Felidae. That is out now on 4K from Deaf Crocodile.
That looks great.
Brendan, please take your address, type it into an email, and send that to Craig at deafcrocodile.com, and he will get that sent out to you. All right. That is a giveaway. Speaking of giveaways, I put out an interview today on the channel, more of a conversation, less of an interview. We had a couple gripes with physical media to talk about. I think people should go listen to it because at the end of it, me and Damian K. Leahy discuss giving away 5 copies of his movie, Simple Like Silver, that was released by Severin this year. And to figure out how to do that, go listen to that conversation and then enter the giveaway. And I can't wait to ship a copy to you if you are selected. So go make sure you listen to that.
And that is two versions of clickbait. Thank you.
We do our best. Recent watches, Aaron. You've been watching a shit ton of A24 movies.
Yeah, I wonder why. A lot. And well, as I mentioned, we rewatched Anora, and Anora's a great film. And it gets better in a different way. Like, you see, first off, you see when, certain characters show up earlier than expected. You also just, I think, focus on the performance. And I won't spoil anything. I think a lot of people just haven't seen Anora yet, but there are some sequences later in the film where they're just out on the streets doing stuff. And after you know how those are made, they're a little more special. So yeah, go check out Anora when you can. It's on VOD now on most platforms. I think it's relatively
just this week, yeah,
and it's like $19.99 or something. So at least it's not like $29.99 like the Marvel films are still probably. Beyond that, I've been watching a lot of A24. I'm actually writing about Lanthimos right now, so that's a lot of fun. I have so many pages about animals. There's so many animals in his movies. And the thing is that, I had to start with, does the dog die? If there's a filmmaker for does the dog die? This is the dude. So I've been watching him. I'm also, watching the lesser known ones. This week I watched Cut Bank, for example. which is not any good. They have some duds. It's kind of like Burn After Reading, but not funny. And in fact, they even have like Cohen alum actors like Michael Stuhlbarg, Malkovich, people like that. And yeah, I'm getting into the documentaries too. So I watched Amy and rewatched De Palma, and De Palma's a good documentary, but boy, those documentaries are not very rewatchable. It's like I've seen his stories before. Old Man on Couch. I love De Palma. It's not Yelling at Cloud, but yeah, that's what I've been watching. What about you, sir?
I have had an interesting week. So since last week's show, I caught up with 4 of the 2024 movies and then started watching some, classic Christmas fare. We watched Elf tonight. I showed the kids Ernest Saves Christmas yesterday for the first time. My oldest kid loves Jim Varney now. My youngest could not possibly care any less. 2024 films, though, man, there are some good ones out there. We watched the Speak No Evil remake for the first time, which I was kind of against because I saw the trailer 8,612 times this year in the theater, and it surprised me in a way because the original is great and it took some big deviances from that first movie. It wasn't bad. Obviously, when you have an incredible lead actor, he's going to take something in a completely different direction, and he truly did. Other than that, though, watched Flow, just like Craig did, and I got to admit, I reviewed it before I read what Craig said, and then realized, am I Gen X like Craig? Because we said the exact same thing, and Flow is I saw somebody in the chat earlier mention I'm scared of kids. This isn't really a kids movie. Most kids are going to be bored beyond belief. This is just following the life of a cat for like a couple days, and it goes into a dangerous situation and gets out, goes into a dangerous situation and gets out. And it's weird because it's a beautiful thing to marvel at, but it's also not my style of animation because it feels like a video game cutscene. And in that sort of, not necessarily uncanny valley, but like it's that line between incredible animation and sort of too much CGI. And so it doesn't, like, obviously you can tell that it's fake and all that, but it's sort of rendered in a way that doesn't just feel appealing to watch for 90 minutes. So it's a good watch. I'm glad I watched it. I enjoyed a lot of the scenes that they did, but I don't see this one as a rewatch for me probably ever again, but I am glad to have seen it.
Wow. Well, it's been like winning a lot of those critic awards. I'm not saying you're wrong. I have not seen it, so I don't know. But I will say that animators have been boring kids since before I was born, and they will continue to do that. And sometimes those, it's not always Inside Out 2, and this year it might be Inside Out 2, which I haven't seen yet. But yeah, this
year I'm hoping The Wild Robot wins. That movie was incredible.
I haven't seen that one yet. That's the thing with watching so many A24s. And I see somebody mention Lady Bird, so that's in the trailer for the book. So yeah, it's a great one.
This is Brian. Brian lives in New York. Brian worked on Lady Bird. Which is very cool. So Brian, you might be getting a call and a quote, and say hi to Greta for me. A couple more that I watched this week. Dee Dee. This is a coming of age movie. Really great, fun watch. Really different than a lot of coming of age stories. A lot of things that you don't expect to see in a movie like this. A lot of just realism. There's so much conversation that just seems pulled out of 2008 because oddly it's kind of like Lady Bird. Actually, it's a period piece of 2008, and that's like the strongest thing going for it. It leans into it. Like the band Paramore is essentially a character in this movie because of how many times they reference it. Last one this week.
More Paramore go. Oh no, I was just going to say more Paramore go movies. Thank you.
Always.
Yeah.
Saved my best for last because I did watch one A24 movie this week, and that is We Live in Time, the new 2024 with Florence Pugh and Andrew Garfield. And this movie's incredible. Really, really happy with this one. I'm a sucker for a unique, well-made rom-com, and the chemistry between these two is palpable. I adore Florence Pugh. Andrew Garfield moved up a good 12 layers in my love for him, and eager to get that home video release that I have not ordered yet. That it looks really good.
Mine is in the other room, and I haven't watched it yet because it's brand new, and I have a lot of others. But I've heard great things about it, and I think Pew has really become one of the biggest stars. Bless you on mute. But if I had known, I would have grabbed that and showed it off for you. Well, humble brag that I got it first. But I'm glad to hear that you liked it. A lot of people I know and respect really, really like it.
Sivner is asking, I felt it was a rom-com, or did you feel it was a rom-com? And honestly, yeah, there was a lot of stuff I laughed at. Obviously, there was a lot of what is the best, like, emotion bait, I guess you could say, in what they're doing with a film like this. But it's also a uniquely made film because it plays with, the movie's called We Live in Time, and it plays with the sense of time. It goes across a handful of different timelines for the same couple, and sort of relies on not necessarily tricking you, but what's interesting is, now that I'm thinking about it like that, it sort of works with the same idea that Strange Darling did this year. It sets up some things and then subverts that, because you had mentally, like, connected wires that shouldn't have been connected yet, and so it plays with that a little bit. And it's he says he felt it was more of a dramedy. Yeah, I get
That's
that.
what I've heard.
Yeah, it's kind of a all over the place. They both of those work pretty well, I think. But yeah,
This is for
love
Paul.
We Live in Time.
Paul shouted out the script book for Lady Bird, so yeah,
Nice.
over there. And I see Tony mentioned Conclave. I also saw Conclave and didn't love it. It was okay, but I liked Fine's performance. I won't go into why I didn't like it, but so Mandible, yeah, there's going to be a Kickstarter. I'll just get that out of the way. We've already set it up. We can probably get into that in the second half, but I don't know if anybody here knows Caitlin Kuwald, amazing illustrator. She did the website for us. So if you go to CineJourneys.com, you'll see like a John Ford kind of website. She did that illustration. She's done a lot of the T-shirts. This is not one. This is actually Feed Eggs from I Think You Should Leave, because you got to feed the eggs. So she's actually doing the cover of the book, and she's working on that right now. And I probably will get a sketch tomorrow, maybe. I'll probably be asleep, but I'll get when I wake up, there'll be a sketch waiting for me. So she's going to draw that, and more to come. I think she'll draw some sort of art prints. We have a few reference images that we like. I'll go ahead and say she hasn't committed to it. I don't know if she'll have time, but what I'd like is the May Queen. For one, I would like Black Phillip for the other. I would like Moonlight, that silhouette image over the ocean. And the fourth would be the Everywhere All at Once. They're all in the trailer when you play that later.
Well, speaking of that, after announcements tonight, we're going to be playing a trailer for Aaron's book, and then we're going to be discussing our favorite 10 A24 movies ever, which, good Lord, was that a difficult mountain to climb to decide 10. I went through the whole list of A24 films and made a short list, and then I realized, shit, there's 29 on my short list.
You spent way more time on that. Well, I guess I've been living in that world for a while, but
right.
I have like, spreadsheet upon spreadsheet and books and all that. But I basically just grabbed what I could grab. I pretty much know which ones I like, and yeah, they are. Well, I'll probably get into some not more obscure ones that people don't know, but that I can't grab. But yeah, most of them are the ones that everybody knows.
Aaron's going to spend a good 20 minutes talking about Charles Swan tonight, just so everybody knows.
Oh my word, that was a fun chapter to write. Oh my word, that's the thing is. I'm going through this filmmaker by filmmaker, film by film, really, but I'm also talking about the history, and there's some interesting fellows. The guys at A24 are very behind the scenes, and they're not as interesting as their filmmakers. So most of it is through their filmmakers. Now, Charlie Sheen, that was a very, very interesting time. And yeah, I've enjoyed I'll probably talk about this later, what I've enjoyed writing about. And I still got a ways to go. So.
I'm eager to hear about a lot of that. There's so much. Go ahead.
Oh, the cover, I think I meant to say this earlier, is going to be a still from the Florida project. So I know Sean will be very, very happy.
I hope so.
His lawyers might.
This has been a fun one, and I can't wait for that topic. It's going to be a fun night, and I am ready. Anything else you want to cover before we go into our announcements, sir?
I think we have like 6,000 discs, so we better get to it. Otherwise, we'll be. I'm drinking coffee at 10 p.m. East Coast, so I'll be here, and I'm probably going to refill it.
The fact that it is, December 19th, which historically the second and third weeks of December for physical media are usually the slowest weeks of the year. It's rather telling that last week and this week, both weeks have hit 60 plus announcements.
Yeah, So I did expect 5,000 pink films. What I got was 5,000 really good films. I'm not, not all of them. We'll get through that. But I was not intimidated. I'm happy. This is my shit. This is what I like to talk about. So yeah, let's get to it.
Y'all hear to hear first. Aaron thinks Panda Plan coming from Jackie Chan is a masterpiece.
Imagínate escuchar tu canción favorita como si fuera la primera vez. Te presentamos el totalmente nuevo y reimaginado Nissan Kicks con sonido Bose Personal Plus y bocinas en la parte superior de los asientos para crear una experiencia 360. Jamás has escuchado algo así. Reimagina tu música y tu forma de manejar. Descubre el totalmente nuevo y reimaginado Nissan Kicks en nissanusa.com. Función disponible. Bose es una marca registrada de The Bose Corporation.
I think that's what We Bought a Zoo should have been, I think. We'll get to that.
Oh, man, that was perfect. All right, first announcement this week is from a label that we haven't heard about in a long time. It's been, God, maybe just over a year since we heard the last one. Chameleon Films in Australia is releasing Johnny Toe's Sparrow from 2008 on Blu-ray in February. That is when they expect to ship. There is a limited edition that is coming with the CD soundtrack as well. This will, both of them will come with a slipcover and booklet featuring a new essay by Sean Gilman. There's a new audio commentary on this by Frank Jang, new visual essay on Sparrow by Zach Kloss, and then newly translated and improved subs. Plus a handful of archival extras, quite a bit on there. And then, like I said, there's one with the CD soundtrack that's limited to 750 units. You can pick this up straight from them in Australia, or quite a few of the U.S. retailers already have this up. And honestly, not a bad price, even for the limited edition. You're not paying for that like $20 Australian shipping, and you can get it for like $36.99.
This is going to be the most expensive show I've ever guested on because I'm already checking Orbit DVD. Johnny Toe, I don't know much about this one. I think I've heard the name, but I usually you can't go wrong. I don't think he's made a lot of bad films. Right. So, if you can get it locally. Also, right now, the currency. Now, I know it's a weird political situation. I don't want to say that's a good thing, but right now the dollar is very strong compared to Australia. And I notice we'll get to the imprints that. Sorry, Tony. I think Tony's in the chat. The imprints are a little more affordable now too for us Americans. So get while you can. Who knows if that'll last? But I'm not too optimistic on that front. But anyway, that's my political spiel, is the dollar. Oh, this one.
Let's have a political spiel about Kraven the Hunter, available now in this 4K steelbook from Sony. The main thing that I want to point out is they are continuing the higher price steelbooks from Sony. This is not a cheap steelbook. It is... Again, like this movie bombed hardcore in this first week, to a point where I don't want to like shit on a horse while it's down or anything.
Well, you do.
Okay. This made like no money compared to, they moved the release date twice, and it was supposedly to be a little better in terms of, not going against much competition. And instead it just extra bombed this week. So, there goes Aaron Taylor Johnson.
So I know of this. I was encountered this through my writing because the director, I think his name is J.C. Shandor, he did A Most Violent Year, which was very, very big for A24. I think he also did All Is Lost and then something before that. So not bad films. And then he didn't do really anything for a while. I think maybe a couple films, but somehow his path took him to Kraven the Hunter. By the way, that is not the end of the book. It's like, all right, J.C. Shandor made Kraven the Hunter. All was well. But the thing is this, the headlines were like, "Oh man, it's a big bomb. It's terrible for new IPs and new franchises." And I'm like, "Don't make them Kraven the fucking Hunter." Sorry, can I say fuck?
Oh yeah, please. I just said shit on a horse while it's down.
I've been on so many of these. I know this, but so I don't know. I don't want to trash the film, a film I haven't seen, but it just does not look very appealing. Just random. I think, isn't this one of like the Spider-Man offshoot heroes?
Sorta, yeah. I think so. The funny thing is that supposedly before this even came out, they basically said we're not doing any more of these at Sony. The whole Morbius line and this and
right, yeah.
What was the other one?
Less
that came out?
bad
Madam Web.
Yeah, Madam Web. Some people actually like that. It's weird, but I'm craving better movies. That's what I'm saying. And that's my dad joke for the night. Probably not the last one.
It better not be. That's what I'm counting on.
Not buying that one. That one's a real pain.
I was about to say it too. February 4th, Searchlight is putting out a real pain from this year, which I really enjoyed. Did you get to see this one?
I haven't. So that's one thing. I know you have your Regal thing, which I think is really interesting for a physical media. All those discs behind you, and you're spending $20 to go to the movies all the time. But it hasn't played here yet, so I haven't seen it. But I hear Culkin. It seems like he's probably the front runner for supporting actor, I would think, and I hear Eisenberg's really good too. Have you seen it?
Yeah, Culkin, he will at least get nominated. Winning, not necessarily sure. I honestly still think that should go to one of the two henchmen in Honora.
Yeah.
It was good. Jesse Eisenberg, he might get like screenplay. I wouldn't see acting necessarily. He's sort of meant to be just extra quiet, which fits his personality quite a bit. Yeah. But there's one scene in particular that honestly he explodes in and is great. But it's a really great movie. I think most people would enjoy it. It is pretty damn good.
Usually the screenplay noms are the ones I prefer. I don't know why that is, but usually I guess I like good writing. So yeah, I'm really encouraged. I've seen the trailer, of course. That doesn't mean much, but I can't wait to see it. Probably not one I'll buy right away. Maybe on a Black Friday someday, but you never know.
Thankfully, this will have a making of on there, and that's it. Just a making of.
Yeah.
Then we got Criterion.
Here we go.
Aaron stuff early in the show, and then Aaron's going to take a nap. March 4th.
Now I'm going to get another coffee.
We get a 4K and Blu-ray offering of The Wages of Fear from 1953. So this is going to come with the new 4K restoration. You get a 4K of the movie and then a Blu-ray with the movie and special features if you get the 4K option. You got interviews with the assistant director, biographer, and interview with one of the actors, and then an analysis of cuts made of the movie for its 1955 release, a program on the 4K restoration, and then an essay by Dennis Lehane with the compilation of interviews. But once again, not a ton for a brand new movie entering into the collection. How do you feel about The Wages of Fear?
Oh, it's a masterpiece. One among my favorite films. If it's not on near the top of the list, it's pretty close, actually. I think this is almost like a perfect suspense film. And we actually covered this at CineJourneys in September, and we watched it back to back with Sorcerer, which is a lot of fun just because they're the same movie kind of, but they work in different ways. Yeah. This cover, I will say, is phenomenal, and it's almost worth me buying this just for the cover, but I don't buy discs just for covers. But I want to shout out, was it Juan Esteban Rodriguez? He does really great work, and this is really just a pivotal scene. I think he really captured it. I don't think that angle is in the movie. I think that would have been tough for them to shoot from that angle in the movie. But it's a great scene, and also there's an explosion. I don't think that explosion happens at the same time. Beautiful cover. I already bought the BFI 4K, and I watched that actually for that September release, and it looked amazing. It's probably the same restoration. New 4K. It's probably the same one. So if you don't have the Blu-ray, I would highly recommend, or not Region B, I would highly recommend that. If you do, I would say get the BFI because it has, I forget what commentary, but it was a commentary that's not on here. And I think maybe one or two other features on it. That's the way I've been going. And I'm a Criterion dude. But if it's a 4K upgrade and I have the Blu-ray, if it's Region B somewhere, I pretty much always buy the Region B. So Seven Samurai, Yojimbo, Sanjuro, several others too.
I did misspeak and say that this was new to the collection. It was on DVD in the collection, so my bad. This is just new to HD in the collection.
I thought it was Blu-ray too, right?
I think this is the Blu-ray premiere on this one. I may be wrong, but
I'm pretty sure I have the Blu-ray. I could be wrong. I'll have to go upstairs and look, but I think I do. Yeah, I don't know. I could be very right. This is the stuff I should know, so I'm going to embarrass myself. Wages of Fear, 2009. So Blu-ray. Yeah.
You know what it was? This was one of the Blu-ray DVD dual formats, and they're re-releasing it with just the Blu-ray.
A lot of those are going out of print, so it makes sense. And so I was told there was no fact checking, Ryan. I fact checked myself.
I told you that in secret.
Yes, no fact checking, but no, there was a Blu-ray. Dual format. I think there's only about 10 left in the
there's not that many
that are in print. So I think most of these will get 4Ks if they have a good materials and that sort of thing.
And then I had to go look it up because I thought this was right. The commentary is by Adrian Martin, which if you are listening and you've never listened to Adrian Martin, he is, for some people, maybe a little stuffy, but he is a very, very knowledgeable commentator. He is incredible at what he does.
Yeah, he'll come up again, and actually, he was on the BFI, so that's the one I watched. So that's the same one. It's a really excellent commentary, and yeah, I agree. Adrian knows his stuff, and I sometimes I will buy a disc just for an Adrian commentary. So that speaks volumes.
Moving right along, a little movie called Thief. I feel like I've been talking about Michael Mann all year, which totally fine with that. We get a new 4K coming on March 11th of Thief. Nothing new on the disc as per Criterion's MO lately, but this is a movie that is bound to look incredible on 4K. Yeah,
this is a disappointment. I do wish, and not to get on my soapbox, but I do wish that they would add something. And sometimes they do like an essay or, but I just think they're missing out. And it's probably easier for them to just reprint what they have. And they're probably making a lot of money for it. But I would love this in 4K. And the first thing I did is I checked to see if there's a 4K in Region B. And I think there's not of this one yet.
Not at all.
This is a gorgeous movie. I mean, like I have to tell anybody, but especially like just the lighting, the neon lighting, like it has a very distinctive Michael Mann feel. I think this is like the origin story of Michael Mann's style and his color palette. So a beautiful movie. It's one of my favorites of his. And I think people sleep on it a little bit. So yeah, if you don't have this, again, especially given that it's the only one around, I might upgrade this one actually. We'll think about it.
What I would say is, unless you're a Michael Mann diehard, you might want to give it like a year and see if Arrow puts it out on 4K, because I would trust that one quite a bit more. This movie got a great release in Region B from Arrow years ago, and it will likely get the 4K upgrade, especially now that Criterion has done it. But I mean, this movie is a masterpiece. This is the sort of movie that should not have been somebody's first film, and Michael Mann somehow pulls off a movie that's better than most filmmakers' best film. And James Caan's incredible. Tuesday Weld is great in this. Just to shout out somebody who doesn't get a lot of love as being attached to this movie.
She's phenomenal, yeah. Just generally, she's great, but great soundtrack too. Tangerine Dream,
Great isn't even enough. This is like one of their best.
Yeah, I love this film. So if you don't have it, I would definitely pick it up. I even for Michael Mann movies, with all he's done, I would put this probably in the S tier, of his catalog. So yeah, happy this is out.
And if you're wanting to hear me talk about Michael Mann more, I was on an episode of The Directors Club just a month ago now that I think people might love. All right, that is Thief. Next up, maybe the biggest deal for many people watching this and listening to this, March 18th, entering the collection for the first time, and I know I'm right about that one, Godzilla versus Biollante from 1989.
Brian got one.
This one, diving into delirious realms of imagination, the second film of the Godzilla franchise's 1980s resurgence, showcased the towering beast for a new generation of fans. This time, Godzilla's foes, one of the series' most wondrously strange kaiju creations, Biolante, a mutant plant genetically engineered from the cells of a rose, a renegade scientist's dead daughter, and Godzilla itself. With a wild plot encompassing spies, psychic children, and bonkers biotechnology, and some of the coolest special effects in the history of Japanese cinema, Godzilla vs. Bio stands as a high point in the ever-evolving mythology of the King of the Monsters. And this one, if you were looking at one of the past releases of this, we're talking $100 plus on eBay for the last 6 years. And now you're going to have a much, much further superior release of that movie. No, Jeremy, this was not in the previous Godzilla box set, because this is not from the Showa.
Yeah.
From the Heisei area, or Heisei.
Yeah, I don't know how you pronounce that. So this is interesting for that reason as well. So the Showa set is, I think, one of the best things they put out. Those films are just so, I mean, they're not all masterpieces. Let's be real. But hey, Son of Godzilla, you get to watch the little boys do smoke rings whenever you want. And yeah, I guess the shape, but we knew that they acquired the rights to the Heisei area. Heisei, thank you, Mandible. Heisei, that makes more sense. But a lot of us thought that they would just put it all out on another box, like a part 2 box, because I think that's Heisei is 84-ish to 92.
Something like that
in that realm. So now we get a single title. So what does this mean? Does this mean we're going to get a whole bunch of one-offs? I'm okay with that. But I do like my boxes. I also like Godzilla with really obscure Starbucks drinks. Go try to order a Biolante, a Venti Biolante. I love this cover, though. This is really a gorgeous cover. Eric Powell. I'll have to check him out.
So the thing with the box sets is, if you're going to do 4K, and they're doing 4K for this first one, a 4K box set would be very pricey. The other big thing, and I don't want to shit on the Showa era set, which I know that I made the face when you said that. A couple things, I love the art on the box. Obviously, I hate the design. The fact that we're pulling discs out and they're getting glued to the book, and people are having to return discs because it's glued to the book, is ridiculous. But also, if you're being honest with yourselves, a lot of the movies did not look great in that Showa set. They obviously, some of that is probably going to be elements, but they were just sort of given and told, you can only use what we're giving you for the Showa era. If they can get 4K releases for all of the Heisei stuff, let's do it.
I'm with you there. That's a good argument. Now, I would say that probably not all of the Showa era films are worth going through to scan all those elements. But yeah, no, I will not complain about this era of Godzilla getting 4K at all. I will complain about the disc. I'm with you there. In fact, the Criterion does that a lot. The Pasolini set too. It feels you could damage your discs just by putting them in the player. So yeah, I can't wait to get this. I don't know if you mentioned, but also there's a Sam Deegan commentary on there.
Yeah, that's the most exciting thing for me.
Very happy about that. Yeah,
the fact that they are hiring Sam Deegan to do a commentary, and a solo commentary at that, for a Heisei film, is so exciting.
I saw his name on another thing too. So 2 Sam Deegans maybe tonight. We'll see.
Sam, she was talking about over in her Discord. I don't know. Did you hear about what she said about this process? So
no.
Heisei or whoever licensed, it might have been, I don't remember it might have been Golden Harvest, somebody that owns the rights to all this now. They required her to get her script approved for the commentary, and then once she recorded it, go and hear the commentary and then take stuff out. And supposedly they did end up removing a sentence after they approved the script. So they are super strict about what they're including. Yes, Silent Mandible, she has her own Discord through her Patreon, just like mine. So yeah, go check out her Patreon. Sam Deegan, great stuff.
I will. Yeah. I will not say anything about the exacting standards of Criterion, but I'm just aware is what I'll say.
The other stuff on this, we've got a making of from 1993 featuring the director and special effects director. Short documentary from 1993 about the vehicle concepts from this, some deleted special effects, TV spots, and then an essay by science fiction and horror film expert Jim Cirinella. So really the only new thing in this, other than the written essay, is that commentary. But I guarantee that commentary will be great. And not to mention, like I said, this is a movie that's been going for huge money on the secondhand market. So this is a big deal.
Well, sorry to those eBayers. Yeah, not anymore.
Good
yeah, no, I can't wait. It's one of the highlights of this slate for me. Can't wait.
Absolutely. Next one, A Woman of Paris from 1923, getting a Blu-ray and DVD release on March 18th. This is going to be a new 4K restoration of the 1976 re-release version with the uncompressed mono soundtrack with a score composed by Charlie Chaplin himself. We've also got the alternate score from 2005. There's a new visual essay on this by Chaplin biographer Jeffrey Vance. There's some interviews with a few individuals, some archival commentaries, some excerpts from some audio interviews, some archival footage, and a new essay by critic Pamela Hutchinson and notes by Brock on the 2005 score. Chaplin coming back to the collection.
Yeah, it's been a while. And first off, Pamela Hutchinson is awesome. I put together an essayist list on Blue Sky, so she's on there, and yeah, she's just fascinating. We haven't had a Chaplin in a while, and the Chaplin estate is really interesting, we'll say.
Yeah.
But speaking of exacting, they're very protective of his legacy, and I think they should be. I did laugh when I saw I think it's Leif comment, no English dub. I thought that was. He was talking about the Chaplin film. I was like, well, there's no dub at all. But no, this is, I'm always happy to get a new Chaplin. I haven't seen this one, so that's a bonus. I've seen most of his silent work, including the shorts, because I have all of the sets, the SNA, all of them. So yeah, and the supplements look amazing. And yeah, I think the last one was The Kid, and we had Limelight before that, but it's got to have been like 4 years or so. I thought they might do a box of some sort. Like once the shorts got, were available again, I thought maybe they would acquire them and put them together. Since I own them, I'm kind of glad they didn't. I'd rather these be standalones. But yeah, I'm always down for silent era Chaplin. I think one day we might get some of the late sound films, which aren't entirely my bag, but after Limelight, that is. But still this looks still important, but different type of filmmaker. But yeah, I can't wait for this one. And it's going right in the player when I get it.
Going back to that question from Leif, no English dub. Something I probably should say here. I've answered this on Twitter and Blue Sky recently, but obviously not everybody gets that. So Leif is saying no English dub, sad face. And so you may know that what's the deal between English dubs sometimes, but just for everybody that has never worked with those or doesn't know for sure, English dubs are also intellectual property. So they're things that are copywritten. They're things that you have to get rights for to be able to release. And the funny thing is, when you think about it logically, Japan probably didn't make the English dub for the Japanese movie, because that happened in the U.S. when it came over here to get more popular. They had somebody else make an English dub, so it belongs to that rights holder. So usually, when you get the rights to a Godzilla film, the rights for the English dub are not baked in with the rights to the film that you're trying to license. And so if you try to go get the English dub, which a lot of labels do, you may, find out some things like they want an exorbitant amount of money, or that it doesn't exist anymore, or that they don't know who owns the rights anymore. And so if you can't answer all of those things in a way that works with your release, you just can't put it out. So more and more often you're going to find we're going to lose access to a lot of those dubs that people grew up listening to. And yes, it makes sense. And I know it's sad for a lot of people, but it's also something you should absolutely, in my opinion, I'm not telling you to go buy things if you don't want to or anything, but I've seen a lot of people that are saying, I will not buy this until they get the English dub. And to be honest, I read that and all I'm translating that to is I don't understand how any of this works and I'm an idiot. Because if you're going to turn down like a movie that you love because it doesn't have access to a dub, you're literally never going to get a good release of that film. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and dubs are, it's subjective, but I think for the most part, the Japanese soundtrack is the original, so that's the way I prefer to watch it. Now, some Japanese dubs are insane, like some of the Gamera ones. Now, those it's almost like comedy gold sometimes, just to hear these crazy American actors trying to have some sort of believable dub that they're talking about a monster walking over the city, but and there probably are ways to get it. I don't, I'm not going to advocate going on, the dark web and all that, but I'm sure they're out there.
I just looking through these comments, I hope somebody takes Erica up on this and has Erica do every dub of every movie ever, because that would be amazing.
Maybe we should just dub it and just pretend like we, know what they're saying, and it'd be horrible.
Dibs on the male voices. You can do the female voices.
Okay, no, never mind.
Speaking of females, March 25th on 4K and Blu-ray from Criterion, Choose Me from 1984. This is one that people have wanted for a long time from Alan Rudolph. And here it is. Great cover on this, by the way. I know this is a
fantastic cover, yeah.
Poster, but this is going to catch some eyes on the Barnes & Noble shelves.
If they're stocked, I was just at a Barnes & Noble a couple weeks ago, and there were none. By the way, shout out to Beatrice Loaiza, who did the essay. She actually used to work at Criterion, did some work on the channel, and did some writing on like the current, I believe. Alan Rudolph is a great filmmaker. I think I saw this a long time ago, but if I did, it's been so long that it might as well be new to me, which I'm fine with. I would love a new to me Alan Rudolph. Yep. The cast, all three of them, Genevieve Bujold, I believe. She had a moment in the 80s, and she was pretty spectacular in a lot of films. Keith Carradine is something, and Leslie Ann Warren as well. Let's get this.
This one will have Dolby Vision and HDR. There's a new conversation on here between Alan Rudolph and Keith Carradine, which is great. New program featuring interviews with Rudolph, Blocker, the production designer, and the producer. There's some excerpts from an interview with Rudolph at the Midnight Sun Film Festival, and then a new essay by the critic Beatrice Loaiza. And this, to me, screams like a must purchase.
Yeah. And somebody said there's that Alan Rudolph needs to be, there should be more on Blu-ray. And I think he's kind of one of those filmmakers that doesn't really get lumped into like the prestige filmmakers, but I think he totally belongs. And I would love to see more of his films. I don't know if Criterion has the rights to others, but I love me some Alan Rudolph.
One thing that Criterion historically has been pretty good about doing is they'll do a title like this and test the waters. And if it does pretty well, and you can kind of tell if it does well, because you'll start hearing about like critics doing a reassessment on Alan Rudolph on other sites and writing up lists and stuff. And then from then, Criterion will go, oh, well, people want this stuff. Let's get some more of those films signed.
Or other labels, yeah. But that is, we saw it with Sidney Furie. Now, I don't know if he's had any more titles, but, he had...
There's more coming out next year.
There you go. So, yeah, it happens. So, yeah, do your part. Buy an Alan Rudolph film if you want more.
Then... a big one for me, March 25th, 4K and Blu-ray release from Criterion of Night Moves from 1975, the Arthur Penn movie starring Gene Hackman. This one will also have Dolby Vision with an audio commentary that's brand new by Matthew Asprey Gear, the author of Mosby Confidential. There's a new audio interview with the actor Jennifer Warren. There's an interview with Arthur Penn from a 1975 episode of Cinema Showcase, interview with Penn from a 1995 documentary, and then a new essay by critic Mark Harris. And this movie was a Warner Archive release a handful of years ago.
It was, yeah.
And this movie is incredible, and I'm so glad they're putting this out on 4K.
Yes, this is the release of the month for me, and I think I thought it's a neo-noir masterpiece for a long, long time. Plus, it's very 70s. You get, the fondue scene in the bed. There's that famous quote about, I believe it was Romer and watching paint dry. But it's really just a well-written movie. You get a young Melanie Griffith in it as well. And Jennifer Warren is a fantastic performance. It really has a fascinating character down in the Key West part of the film. This is one that don't don't get spoiled, because the way it ends and the way it unravels is really special. This is one that's haunting, I'd say. In fact, that is not a spoiler, or not really a spoiler. I guess maybe a little bit of the cover. As it happens, I'm really good friends with Matthew Asper-Gear, and I've read his book. The book is excellent. It's not a long one. It's like 250 pages, but it's really breezy, a good read. He's a big fan of this film, obviously, and in fact, through him, I got to meet Jennifer Warren, meet virtually, and got to talk to her about the film. So I'm very happy for Matt. He's done some imprints. Actually, he was on the Keep recently, so that's when Vinegar Syndrome, in a month or two, when they ship all their packages, you'll get to hear that. And he was on the Saul Bass Phase 4. He did a really good commentary on that. So really happy for him to finally get to Criterion, because I think that his scholarship is a good fit for Criterion. I'm glad that happened. And everybody, this is the one to buy. If you like anything noir, neo-noir, buy this movie. It's fantastic.
So 2 questions for you, since you are Mr. Criterion Now. We have Simner asking in the chat, do we need to upgrade if we have the Warner Archive edition? My opinion, if this is one of your favorite movies, I would say yes, especially with they actually added a commentary. Like, that's a big thing to celebrate and speak with your wallet a little bit. But what do you think on that?
I mean, unless you really hate it, and I can't imagine a lot of people hating this movie. Also, it's a great performance by Hackman, and I think his best performance are the understated ones, like the conversation and this. He's kind of caught up in the plot. It's kind of like an existential performance. So similar. If you like it, if you like this movie, yeah, I'd say it's a no-brainer. I'm sure the 4K is just going to be night and day with that Warner Archive, and I have the Warner Archive too, and I will not hesitate. I'll buy this in a heartbeat. Also, Matthew does really, really great commentaries, and he knows so much about this film. Like it says, he wrote a book about it, so you'll learn all sorts of things about the production. I think this is a special release, highly recommended, and also I'd like Matt to get more commentaries. So do my friend a solid. But
I will slightly push back. I don't think this will be as night and day as you make it sound with the Warner Archive Blu-ray, because they do great on their Blu-rays. They've done great work. Their DVDs are a different story.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was fine. I was very happy to get it. I got it when it came out because I've been a fan of this movie for years now. And I think this has also been one of those that has been kind of underground and resurfaced with just because a lot of fans love it, like you and me. I don't have any problems with it. I just think a 4K, I think you will see some differences. And good stuff.
Especially with Dolby Vision, the colors in this are going to be great.
When I saw it, I don't share people's emails, but I'm just looking at my subject to Matt, all caps, Night Moves Criterion. So yeah, I'm very happy about this. Great film.
The last question for you. This seems to be the, like in big quotes, the divisive cover art of the month for Criterion. How do you feel about this one? Because I've seen some people say this is striking and gorgeous, and others saying this is the worst Criterion in months.
Can you scroll down? Who did the art?
The art on this one is Greg Menches.
Okay. I don't know Greg. I try to keep up with the essayists and the artists. Well, the thing is, I can't paint. This looks like it. I can't tell if this is an illustration or if it's I think it's an illustration or a Photoshop. But I do know the scene in the movie. Yeah, I see brushstrokes. So that looks like an illustration. I don't know. I don't have a problem with it, but I guess I could see it's not as striking as, say, the Night Moves. I'm sorry, the Night Moves, the Choose Me or the Godzilla. I mean, you're not going to do a Godzilla type cover for her Night Moves.
No, and
I don't have any complaints. I think it fits the tone of the movie. I like that there's water because a lot of it does take place on the water. Yeah. I'm fine with it. No problem.
Zach says that cover has 5 figures, so we know it sure is an AI.
Good. Yeah, that's where Criterion's standards. You'll probably never see AI. They probably already put down some sort of pledge that they'll never do that. So that's one thing I do know about Criterion is they really respect art and artists. And because I worked with a few and still do, like I mentioned. So I'm fine with it. But people, the one thing about it's low hanging fruit for Criterion. People always complain about cover art, so I don't get as frustrated by it. It still often looks good.
Right.
In fact, Caitlin she got shit on for Clooney Brown. Oh my God, that was terrible. She had no idea, by the way, for anybody that was following all that. She was like, oh yeah, I thought they messed up too. I think I'm okay to say that. Well, I just did, so.
Imagínate escuchar tu canción favorita como si fuera la primera vez. Te presentamos el totalmente nuevo y reimaginado Nissan Kicks con sonido Bose Personal Plus y bocinas en la parte superior de los asientos para crear una experiencia 360. Jamás has escuchado algo así. Reimagina tu música y tu forma de manejar. Descubre el totalmente nuevo y reimaginado Nissan Kicks en nissanusa.com. Función disponible. Bose es una marca registrada de The Bose Corporation.
Anyway.
Clip it. Send it everywhere.
Yeah.
All right.
Take that out. No.
Going to the next one, Arbalos. I think they've only announced like 3 in the last year. March 11th, we're getting a Blu-ray of The Bloody Lady and Other Works by Victor Kubal from 1981. This is the sticker pack you're getting with this release, and this is the envelope-style slipcover that they do over their films. Widely considered one of Slovak animation's crown jewels, The Bloody Lady is an improbable and bewitching fusion of gothic horror and classic children's animation, retelling of the infamous Kachika Castle and Bathory folktale, which is often cited as the inspiration for Bram Stoker's Dracula. Recently treated a haunting live score by celebrated indie musician Claire Rousey. This underseen gem is a new cult classic in the making. This will have their limited slip. As usual, you get a character sticker sheet. There's a new restoration from the OCN, new restoration of Jerko the Highwayman from 1976, and then it will include over 20 restored short films. Over 20 short films. Plus a new essay in this one called A Dot and a Line, Everything is Possible, in a 12-page booklet, and it will be region-free. This looks like a pretty good release.
Yeah, Jerko the Highwayman. I think everybody's been clamoring for Jerko to come back. More Jerko. Arbalos is a label I haven't bought, for a couple years now. Really, since some of our friends aren't there anymore. I really don't know much about the quality they're putting out. This does look pretty impressive. I love that they value short films like this. I just love seeing that long list. And I think that's awesome to respect a filmmaker and be able to see that many. I do like the cover art. I probably won't get it, but that's just me. Maybe the limited run of 1,000. Do you think that'll sell out?
It will sell out. It'll take a while.
Okay, so no hurry. Maybe there'll be a sell. Maybe one day I will. But I also, when am I going to watch it? I have so many. So this is not my priority, especially this week. Yeah.
Next one, Kino putting out Sons of the Kalahari from 1965 on Blu-ray here soon. We don't have a release date, but it will be from a 4K scan of the OCN, starring Stanley Baker and Stuart Whitman. Written, produced, and directed by Cy Endfield. This is not one that I've ever seen, but this is a hell of a poster.
Yeah, it's a crazy poster. That is not what I expected from a film called Sands of the Kalahari. This is probably going to be $12.99 at the next winter sale, so I'm just going to let that out there. Maybe $4.99. You never know.
If it even releases before the next winter sale, that's the big question.
That's right. It's just coming soon. So I don't really know much about this, so I can't really speak. But I do like some of the films they've referenced in the credits. But not
Paul is pointing out this was in a previous imprint adventure collection.
Oh, okay. Well, then I might have it. So that shows how closely I've been paying attention. So, and watching those discs. Sorry.
Moving to our next one. Discotheque. They did a bunch of films that we talked about in the fall. So just wanted to give a heads up on all of these. They are all coming out on February 25th on Blu-ray. You can pre-order these on Crunchyroll or on Amazon for most of them now. You got the MSC Most Extreme Elimination Challenge Set 2. That one will include 26 episodes in SD on Blu-ray. You've got the Digimon Adventure Season 2, Magical Girl Lyrical and Anoha Striker S, Photon the Idiot Adventures, Chi the Brat, the second TV series, Space Musketeer Bismarck Complete Series, Cutie Honey, the original TV series, Special Rescue Police Winspector, and there are more coming from Discotek soon. They've been having a hell of a couple years.
Got nothing. I got nothing. I do not know Kenny and Vic, but I'm sure they're very nice people.
To not know Kenny and Vic is sacrilegious, I will say. This is one of the funniest TV shows of all time. And did you ever watch Wipeout? Over the last couple of years, was ABC show people running on an obstacle course.
All right, my Gen X might be showing a
little bit.
A little bit. Sorry, guys. I do like extreme sports, and but I watch a lot of movies, so I don't really know what this is about. But
this is like a bunch of oiled people running up a styrofoam mountain with people pelting.
Refill my coffee.
Styrofoam rocks at their head.
No.
MXC is absolutely worth it. This is another movie that bombed this week.
March 4th. Craven the Hunter? Sorry.
This is the companion piece.
No, yeah.
March 4th, they're releasing the 4K Steelbook of Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim. This, again, also bombed this week, just like Craven the Hunter did. Terrible, terrible business. Kind of crazy, but it seems like a lot of people that watched it seem to it seems divisive, but a lot of people that I know that loved Lord of the Rings seem to love it.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about Lord of the Rings because I feel like they've been, kind of the hubris they've been trying to print. I mean, if I was a studio head, Lord of the Rings, you had this sacred franchise. Let's print some money. Let's make 5,000 hours of Hobbit movies, but the one thing this is an animated one, right? So yeah. I think the animated ones are different, and I think they appeal differently. I'm surprised they thought this would be a big mainstream success, and I think that's again the hubris of the studio. They just see Lord of the Rings, they're like, okay, people are going to go. Maybe this would be good for I don't know what streaming service, maybe Max. Oh no, I guess probably Amazon actually, because they. Yeah, probably Amazon, but yeah, no, I'll probably watch this at some point. I'm not going to buy the 4K. I would imagine it would look good. Okay is about what I would expect from this. But yeah, no, I'm not going to. Yeah, no, it played in theaters this week, and I think it's probably out of theaters this week. So yeah, huge bomb. It
might go 2 weeks because of Lord of the Rings, but yeah, we'll see.
Just think about that. 20 years ago, if you had heard a Lord of the Rings movie is going to be out of theaters in 2 weeks, it's pretty crazy. But that's on them, I think. If anybody tells me it's good, I'll give it a shot. But so far, nobody has.
Speaking of things that aren't great, February 4th, Universal is releasing a pressed mod Blu-ray set for the remake of Quantum Leap, the complete series. And if you happen to buy just the Blu-ray of Season 1, they're also doing Season 2 on its own. So you can have both in your collection without rebuying, because this doesn't seem like a double dipper. I didn't even know this was a thing, but if you watched it and you're into it, check out Quantum Leap. But if that's not your style, maybe you like Superman and Lois a little bit better. April 1st, Warner Brothers is putting out the complete series of this. And once again, Season 4 is getting a standalone release in case you have the first 3 already on Blu-ray. So you don't have to double dip. Then, Gollum is coming out from Second Run DVD over in the UK on February 17th. This is the film that was in the Peter Solkin set that came out from Vinegar Syndrome last May, I believe it was, as part of their halfway to Black Friday sale in 2023, if I remember right. And this was the only film that was not released in the Radiant set of the Peter Solkin films that were released later. The big thing is this will include the world Blu-ray premiere of a selection of Solkin's early short films. Second Run does a pretty great job of including things like that, and I'm glad that they are including it. I know that a lot of people discovered his work through the Radiant set or the Vinegar Syndrome set, and this might be one that you grab as a bonus. Dallas says Gollum, another Lord of the Rings cash grab. That's pretty funny. Next on our list is Film Masters putting out another archive collection title that is Here's Flash Casey from 1937. This says, young Flash finds life in the newspaper world more demanding than his years as a college photographer. Whether he's snapping photos of a big shot who doesn't want his picture taken or trying to romance a sexy society columnist, Flash is always one step away from trouble. Starring Eric Linden as the always upbeat Flash, this Poverty Row feature from director Lynn Shores pays tribute to all of the daredevil cameramen who risked their necks for a front page scoop.
Feedback? Okay, there
I
I
didn't know I needed to. Okay, I guess you.
I didn't know you
yourself.
needed to. Yeah, I took myself out. Like I Darwin awarded myself. Took myself out of the disconnected.
I give up. How do you feel about Here's Flash, Casey? I'm sure you haven't seen this one.
Sure, yeah. Well, Boots Mallory is a favorite of mine. Boots and I go way back. No, I don't know anything about this. This actually looks like a Warner Archive. Is it just me, or does this look like kind of a ripoff of Warner Archive?
Sibner says, really thought this was a Warner Archive when you posted it.
Yeah. So who is it? This is
Film
Masters as part of their archive collection. Well, they might be hearing from another archive collection's lawyer. Is it just me, or is it? Yeah, it does. I haven't heard of it, but really no opinion. But I'm ready for Tarantino whenever you are.
Sounds good. Going up next, Scream Team Releasing is putting out Night Terrors from 2014. This is as far as I can tell, it looks to be an anthology. This will have an audio commentary, deleted scenes, behind the scenes, trailer vault, and more. And as usual with all the Scream Team stuff, if you want a signed version, you can buy that as well.
Santa has an axe. Some guy with glasses has a baseball bat. That is Night Terrors. I'm gonna have some tonight because I saw this cover. I don't know anything about the film, but looks interesting.
It sounds like a decent anthology. I like anthologies.
I do too. Yeah.
Kino putting out a 4K release soon-ish, someday maybe, of Curdled from 1996. This will have a new HDR and Dolby Vision master. This stars William Baldwin, Angela Jones, Daisy Fuentes, a name that I've not heard since 2006, Kelly Preston, Bruce Ramsey, and Barry Corbin, directed by Reb Braddock. I don't think I ever got to see Curdled. Have you seen this one?
Well, it's funny that this is a Quentin Tarantino Presents, because there was a lot of that in the 90s. Like I think every producer was like, here, get Quentin, here's 10 grand or something. Probably a lot more than that, 10 grand actually. And so he had his name on a lot of these. But I think that I'm not questioning his credibility or anything. I mean, like Hero, for example, he put his name on that, and I know he loved Hero. Right. I don't know much about this. I mean, it looks weird, and you thought your job sucked. Curdled. I don't even remember hearing about this. And I was around. I was going to movies. I don't remember this being a thing, but I guess congrats on your Quentino Presents, Kino. Daisy Fuentes is married to Richard Marx. I had no idea. I haven't heard of her since 20 years or so.
Yeah.
But I was a fan. Yeah.
Next up is one of the biggest pieces of news of the week. Ignite Films putting out Reanimator on 4K for the 40th anniversary edition. This is being released on April 3rd. And their ultra limited or ultimate limited box set is exclusive to their website. Same with their deluxe edition box set. We're going to go through the differences between those. They're going to have a standard Blu-ray and standard 4K release as well. We will cover all of those. The ultimate limited edition box set will include all the extras that we're going to talk about in a minute, a 150-page hardcover book with new interviews with Jeffrey Combs, Barbara Crampton, the writer Dennis Paoli, and the composer Richard Band, essays by Scout Tafoya, Kate Rife, Will Sloan, Alex Kittle, Ben Sachs, with a preface by Brian Usna. But the big thing that separates this is it will include a Dr. Hill collector bobblehead.
Yeah, I saw that.
In the deluxe edition. There will also be some collector's art cards in this. And then if you get the Ultimate Limited Edition, some fans will discover green reagent in their order. And if you're one of them, you'll receive an exclusive signed poster by Jeffrey Combs, Barbara Crampton, and Brian Usna, plus a special Reanimator gift pack from Middle of Beyond. That's pretty dang cool. It's kind of weird that you have to win that. And this package for everybody, this costs $130 USD.
Yeah, that's a lot. There was a conversation earlier. I think it might have been on your Discord about From Beyond compared to this, and I think that.
Yep.
And now I haven't watched that. What's funny is I actually announced that at last year's Shelf Shock, but I still haven't watched it. So here goes my credibility. One weird thing is the text. So when I first saw this, just at a glance, I thought, well, wait a minute, there's no Reanimator 4 because that 4 just jumped up, and there's definitely not 39 of them. But I'm trying to reanimate 40 or I don't know what they're. I guess a 4 kind of looks like a T, so I don't know. It's a little weird. They're going to have a 50, in 10 years, so. They'll do this again. I think if you like Reanimator, and I do like Reanimator, I think it's a great franchise, fun movies, and their influence is still being felt today. I think we see this on some of the body horror.
Substance,
yeah.
Borrows heavily from this movie.
And a lot of others, yeah. No, it's great. And if you don't have any other version of Reanimator, I would highly recommend. This is a lot of money. It's a new label. I know that you've vouched for them, right?
So here's the thing. We're going to get into Ignite Films because I know a lot of people have that question. This is only their third release, which that is still very early for a label, which calls into question a handful of things, including pricing. We'll talk about that in just a minute, but I want to cover the differences in the sets first. And Brendan has a question. How many people get the reagent? They don't say anywhere how many are going to win, which that's
World of Warcraft.
That's just straight gambling. So the deluxe edition box set has everything that I just said. However, it doesn't have the bobblehead, and you can't win the sweepstakes. And then after that, you go down to the standard editions. The standard edition for the 4K is $50. It has the slipcover, and it has the extras and the 4K. And then the Blu-ray is $40, and it has a slipcover and the extras. And that's it. You don't get any of the booklet. You don't get any of that other stuff. All of the Arrow edition releases that came out in the U.S. here a few years ago are all present, from what I can tell. They look like they've been able to port them all over. And then as far as new stuff, there is a Reanimator at 40, a conversation with Jeffrey Combs, Barbara Crampton, and Brian Usna. There's a piece-by-piece cutting Reanimator, new interview with the editor Lee Percy. The Horror of It All, the Legacy and Impact of Reanimator, I Give Her Life, a look back at Reanimator the musical, Reanimating a Horror Classic, the 4K restoration, the Organic Theater Company of Chicago, a 1977 documentary featuring Stuart Gordon, and then a new trailer for the 40th anniversary. And that's it. So to get into Ignite, here's where this is weird. We don't know what cut this is necessarily. It does say in the extras that the Blu-ray includes the integral cut. So we don't know if it's the theatrical cut. We don't know if it's the unrated cut. This is one of those movies that has multiple cuts, and so this could be a few things. We don't know necessarily all the ins and outs of how this got here. However, I looked this up last night, and Eagle Rock Pictures is one of the company that's working with Ignite. I'm putting this out. And the owner of Eagle Rock Pictures was a producer on Bride of Reanimator and Society. So he obviously has ties to Brian Usna. That's likely how Ignite got this. Now, Ignite having only put out 3 titles now, I can say their quality on the disc is going to be excellent. Invaders from Mars looked incredible on 4K. They just did another release after that got good reviews. This is likely going to look excellent because Usna was involved. Obviously, Stuart Gordon has passed, so Brian Usna has taken over approving it. The disc is going to be excellent. However, I do want to caution people who did not follow the Ignite problems that came with Invader from Mars. It was this weird partnership with Arrow, and Arrow handled some of the distribution on this and handled making the menus for the discs and some other things. It was an odd thing, but they when they were shipping things, they got there's this controversy where stickers were tearing up their slipcovers. And then they were not refunding some people, and there was some other stuff that came with that. So it wasn't necessarily a clean first title for them, but the disc itself looked great. So I'm not worried about the disc. My problem, though, is the pricing on this.
Yeah, that seems like a lot, even for the Blu-ray and 4K. Now, Can you zoom in on that Funko Pop guy? So, okay, Funko Pops, if you like reselling stuff, I will not judge, but this would probably sell. I mean, a Reanimator Funko Pop that's going to be out of print at some point, I would think. Now, if you want to play with it as a doll, I mean, that's your prerogative, I guess. But that is weird, though. Has any other title done this?
Well, it's not a Funko Pop. It's a bobblehead, first of all.
Sorry, yeah.
But the big thing is the difference between the deluxe limited edition and the limited edition is only the bobblehead and entering the chance to win. And it's $50 more.
$50. Wow. Yeah.
I don't see you being able to sell this for more than $50.
Yeah. The ones that sell for $50. And sorry, I'm conflating bobbleheads and Funko Pops. I know what it is, but, yeah, it's probably not worth that unless you really, if you really love Reanimator, like, and you can tolerate that font, go for it. But yeah, you're not really selling me on the label. That said, I do realize that labels are people like you and me. They're small businesses, so problems are going to happen. This is a huge get for them. So yeah, I don't think somebody asked about the Arrow. I don't think those are out of print. So
it's long been out of print now, and yes, Arrow does not have the rights to Reanimator, and I had a lot of people saying maybe Arrow will put it out in the UK. Arrow never had the rights to Reanimator in the UK. They only released Reanimator in the US. This is a US release of Reanimator, so Arrow is not in the game for this unless they took it away over in the UK. But I will say, I'm not telling you not to buy this. If you love this, this will be an excellent disc. I'm not taking that from you. However, if you look at who last released on Blu-ray Reanimator in the UK, it was Second Sight. And if Second Sight did an excellent 4K box set of Reanimator, I know that's the one I'd want to own. And I don't think it would be $130.
Same, yeah. It's a great movie. I mean, it's your money, I guess. And I apologize. My bobblehead Funko Pop seems like the most controversial comment of the night. So if that's the worst, then I'm okay. But
we haven't even got to the A24 stuff yet. Just wait.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true. Shouldn't be too secure.
So the big thing with Ignite is you're kind of taking a couple risks here. If you buy the big set hoping to win a contest, that's not a wise decision, in my opinion. But if you're thinking, hey, somebody else could release this and I would want that more, to be completely flat out honest, even the standard editions for this are overpriced. A $40 standard Blu-ray in 2024 is like Shout Factory doesn't even price that high.
Yeah, and Paul mentioned Second Sight in the chat, and I think they have a great model in that they do charge a premium for the limited, but you still get all the good stuff on the standard. And like, for example, the Hitcher, a lot of people bought the standard just for the stuff.
Standard 4K for the Hitcher was like $28, $29.
Yeah, it was not bad at all. Sorry, I'm laughing at Sivner. Yeah, and if this were Second Sight, oh my God, I'm with Paul. I would buy this in an absolute heartbeat. I mean, this one, but the thing is, it wouldn't be $120. I wouldn't buy this for $50, just the 4K. So, yeah, I wonder. I mean, there is a thing called supply and demand. I wonder if they might be pricing themselves out of this. But it's a popular movie, so yeah. Ragnar, it'll sell. People will pay. Yeah.
Sad but true. I mean, Zach earlier in the comments says, let's see if I can find it. If you don't buy the $80 version of this and you bought the $70 version of Trick or Treat, there's a problem. Yeah, I think the problem is your logic there, Zach. Trick or Treat has never been released on HD until that $66 version. And to get this on a 4K box set for $80 is crazy. Yes, Craig, the standard HD Blu-ray on this is $40. The standard 4K is $50.
Yeah.
It's a huge price point.
I'm just looking at eBay, and yeah, I mean, you can get the Arrow even out of print for about the same price. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
All right. That is Reanimator. Also, like, I know this is the best picture of it so far. I really don't love this art. This feels super AI to me.
AI, yeah.
I mean, it's got the right amount of fingers, so maybe not. But
yeah, I mean, nowadays I'm trying not to like jump to conclusions with AI, because I did once, and I found that it was just an amazing piece of art, and it was so real that it looked like AI. You could be fooled. Yeah, no, I don't want to speculate, but I don't like it, just AI or otherwise. It's not appealing to me. I think with this movie, there are so many great things you could do with, again, I value artists. I love illustrators, and I know what goes into this. I think they could have done a lot better job with the cover.
I agree. All right. That's enough of Reanimator and Ignite films. Any questions, let me know. I'll try to help you.
Thanks, sir. Your customer service department.
The one thing I won't do is make you cry, but this might. February 25th, you can get a 4K from Sony for My Girl from 1991. We talked about one of the Culkins earlier, and this one features Macaulay, of course, with a pretty great cast. Dan Aykroyd, Jamie Lee Curtis, first appearance of Anna Klumsky. This will have some legacy features, but this will also have a 4K Dolby Vision disc, and I truly love this movie.
This is a great one. What's the price for this, or do we not know?
No price yet, because no pre-orders gone up yet. But it's Sony, so I'm betting it'll be about 26.
Yeah, that seems about, and I think that's a great price for this movie. I love this too. I just part of the A24 stuff. I saw End of the Tour, and she's in this as an adult, and it's just weird. That's not fair to her as an actress. She aged, and she had some good performances. She was in The Loop, right? I think. But yeah, this is a great movie. I mean, yeah, it's a sad one, and I won't spoil it. If you know, you know. Boy, I don't know if I'm ready to go through that again, but I think this is a treat and a great film. I'm glad it's coming out.
Hell of a prequel to the B movie. I will be watching this for sure.
Yeah.
Next up, we heard about this last year, but Cape Light and MPI Media Group are teaming up to put out a U.S. Blu-ray release of Flesh and Blood from 1985. This is the Verhoeven film. What's cool is you can buy the media book for this here in the States or the standard Blu-ray. I don't see any news on features, so they might have some legacy features, and the crappy part here is this will likely just be the same old Blu-ray port. You're not going to see a lot of like fidelity added to this release or anything like that. This is just an extension. I'm not sure we're ever going to get a new scan of this film, but it would be nice.
I haven't seen this one. I love Verhoeven. Who doesn't, right? Like basically everything he's done, for even the bad films or the quote unquote bad films. I would like to check this out, but this isn't selling me. That cover's interesting too. One thing, so I know this, having just recently, like now, going through the process of a art or a cover, I did think, oh wow, what if we put the May Queen and the kids from the Florida Project and Lady Bird, and I got to see what that would look like, and it looks like shit. So generally, like the more people you put on a cover, the more characters, the more jokey. And in fact, I was shared some renderings from like one of the good people, one of the people that's good at that, and they looked horrible too. So I'm not saying this is horrible. It's weird. It looks like 5 different movies, but
what if we pull a Disney and just make all those heads floating in the sky above a landscape somehow?
Yeah.
No? Okay.
I mean, it's not terrible, but if this is a good movie and it's a good price, I would.
It is a good movie, and I mean, two main leads: Rutger Hauer, Jennifer Jason Leigh. Like you can't really go wrong with that cast in the mid '80s. It's fun. It's one I haven't seen in a long time, but it's worth it.
Nice. I might grab it.
Akira. This is getting a 4K steelbook in the U.S. from Crunchyroll. You can pre-order this now. Comes out on March 4th. This has nothing new, just releasing in a poster art steelbook, which I know a lot of people are stoked on steelbooks for anime. This is not a Crunchyroll exclusive. You can get it anywhere, and this is one I've been meaning to see for a long time. I genuinely may pick
you haven't seen this?
I've never seen Akira.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. No. So I might even buy this for you, Ryan. Merry Christmas.
Akira, whatever it's called, Sibner. Sorry.
This is a masterpiece. This is like one of those anime tentpole pictures. Like, if you're going to teach a anime class, this would be one of the first. I mean, obviously Miyazaki, Grave of the Fireflies, all that. I have the blue, so I won't be upgrading. With animation, it's sometimes. Oh,
Reggie says Crunchyroll, isn't that country singer? And I almost just spit everywhere. That was so funny.
Can we have the Crunchyroll dub, please? Can somebody make that happen? I want to hear him sing Akira. I can't sing. Anyway, sorry, that was really good. I agree, Stan. Never seen Akira. You got to rectify that. Stop going to Regal and go watch Akira.
There's not even a Regal here. It's AMC, damn it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Go to AMC.
I've only got to the theater once in the last 30 days, I promise.
I'm just teasing you. You know that. But I do agree. I don't judge people based on what they have and haven't seen, but you're better off seeing. This is just a great film. So.
Imagínate escuchar tu canción favorita como si fuera la primera vez. Te presentamos el totalmente nuevo y reimaginado Nissan Kicks con sonido Bose Personal Plus y bocinas en la parte superior de los asientos para crear una experiencia 360. Jamás has escuchado algo así. Reimagina tu música y tu forma de manejar. Descubre el totalmente nuevo y reimaginado Nissan Kicks en nissanusa.com. Función disponible. Bose es una marca registrada de The Bose Corporation.
All right. I know I need to see it. Speaking of great films, March 26th, Play On in Germany is releasing a 4K media book of The Brood. I do love how many people commented on my post of this that Die Brutes is a much better title for this.
Die Brutes. It's D, I think. Is that how you, my wife has
yes, I'm pronouncing it that way on purpose, yes.
Well, Die is, this is cool. It sounds like a really horrific deodorant. So you wear this deodorant in 7 days, you die. It's like The Ring. I love this movie. I love Cronenberg just generally, and we have another one to talk about soon. I prefer this one. I think it's also Oliver Reed. I think is really if you haven't, I've not seen a lot of Oliver Reed in films. He's just a special actor, and in this, he didn't do a lot of genre films. I'm trying to think of many, but he plays like a psychologist in this film. Super intense, great performance. Oh, he was plastered the whole time. That's Oliver Reed for you. And then the horror of the plot. So it's like basically psychological Teletubbies. Like you basically just send Teletubbies at somebody. It's a great plot. Have you seen this?
I have quite a few times. This is a great movie. I
love this movie. But it's a German 4K. So region free, it'll play probably the 4K. I don't see any. The commentary might be available, but I'm going to probably get this. I have the again. Speaking of Criterions, they haven't upgraded this the blue. So I think as long as there's no, I was going to say as long as there's subtitles and the English dub, but I'm pretty sure that'll be there. Die Brute, let's do it.
Yeah, first off, I know we have one person, Mr. Sibner, saying that this art is shit. I love the cover of this.
I like the art too. Yeah,
it's so great.
It's 2-color, it's simple, and those are the Teletubbies at the bottom there. So she's sending the Teletubbies after people. I just love that. Who would? Of course, Teletubbies weren't a thing. That's a joke, but Cronenberg was just brilliant. This is a great film.
For those that don't know, this is coming from Play On Pictures over in Germany. They are the rebranding of what used to be Koch Media, KOCH, and they do pretty great work. They have the best release of many, many different things all across their slate. If you go look at it, they're the ones that put out the epic release of David Lynch's Dune. With that giant glass prism thing that they did. They've done the definitive release of Knight Rider on Blu-ray. There is a lot of stuff that they've done that's great. As far as the quality of the disc, it should be very, very good. I would say it would probably be on par with Criterion if they were to do a 4K. And honestly, that's more of a slight against Criterion than it is of a compliment on Play On. I think that you could do better than what Play On will do. And will somebody? Honestly, probably. I could see somebody in the UK like Arrow putting this out, or even somebody that's, I don't know, Second Sight, probably not. But
that's too bad.
See something.
But if there's a 4K, I mean, it'll end up somewhere. It probably will end up in Criterion at some point.
Criterion will do a 4K eventually.
The more I look at the art, the more I like it. Just the way the orange, it looks like a jacket. Yeah, I think that cover art's really striking, and that's really Photoshop. That's not illustrated. So yeah, I'm into it.
That's a pretty good one. And then, if that's not enough for you to discuss Play On, they're also doing Scanners. This is coming in a 4K media book in Germany. This one is a site exclusive that you can get from them. Now, listed here, they show an audio commentary, documentary interviews, all this other stuff. I had Tim Lucas comment on my post that he did something for this as well that will be there, and it will be in English, so there should be more that you can experience if you purchase this. Check this out. This is everything that we just said about the Brood stands for this. The disc will be great. This will look great in 4K. I love this cover. This will be excellent.
Great movie too. It's up there with. I mean, really, Cronenberg didn't really make any bad movies. Of course, this one is legendary. You get to see the splatter. That's 15 minutes in. So, spoiler.
Well, we're going to talk about that in just a moment.
Everybody knows that. One thing with this is I wish they would give more specifics regarding the supplements. So, for a German company, is it going to be a German commentary? But I don't know. So if Tim Lucas or somebody else did the commentary, I like to see them credited. And I don't know if
Tim Lucas was not a commentary. He did, I think he said an essay of sort, not a written essay, but like an analysis of it.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess maybe that would qualify as the documentary. Scanners is a great movie too. Again, not as good as The Brood, but this looks like, I mean, it's hard to judge from a screenshot or from an image what the package will look like, but it looks like kind of a book.
It's a media book for sure.
Media book. Okay, this will probably look pretty good on the shelf. I probably won't get Scanners, but I'll get Die Brute. Because I have the Blu-ray of the Scanners. That's fine for me.
So we had somebody just check. The Brood and Scanners both did get Blu-rays from Second Sight, so it's possible they could do a 4K.
Wow.
Ragnar even has a steelbook of Scanners from Second Sight.
Wow. Well, all right. No offense to this German company. I'm sure they're wonderful, but Second Sight's my bro.
And you'll be able to read the book in the Second Sight.
That too, yeah. No, I will always wait for Second Sight. Second Sight takes a while, though. I won't tell any secrets, but I do know of a couple titles they've been sitting on for a while. I don't know why, so I'm going to try to find out.
I was going to bring one of those up tonight, actually. One that they just recently canceled.
Oh, shit. I hope it's not the one. Okay, well, tell me.
It's probably not the one that. No, I'm saying it live during the show in just a minute.
Oh, okay, good.
We're going to talk about that. But if this wasn't enough from you, from Play On, and you want to see what I just mentioned, look at this incredible cover for the Scanners Ultimate Trilogy Edition. This is so freaking amazing that they put this as the cover. I am so happy to see this.
Oh my word! Like, how many freeze? Can you imagine that guy? I mean, it's a great scene. Like, I would recommend freeze framing. 100 times anyway. But even with the better resolution, it's still going to look weird when you pause and advance. But my word, that scene is really cinema history right there. And you can't put that in Walmart.
No, you definitely can't. Now, obviously, this is a bit of a spoiler for the film, so sorry if you've never seen it. But
it's early. It's fine. Everybody's seen it.
It is pretty early. Funny enough, though, this is a Scanners trilogy, but the way that they described everything, I'm having trouble. And if somebody else went through the process and asked, please correct me in the chat if you know better than me. The way they make it sound is this is a 4K trilogy of Scanners, Scanners 2 and Scanners 3, but I have a feeling this is Scanners in 4K with Scanners 2 and 3 on Blu-ray.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Those, I just don't recall. Those weren't Cronenberg, right? Somebody else made.
No, Cronenberg didn't do either one of those, yeah.
So I don't remember. I've seen them, but I don't remember if they're any good. I mean, I just always go back to Scanners.
Honestly, and this might be a hot take for some people. I honestly think Scanner Cop and Scanner Cop 2 are better than Scanners 2 and 3. They're at least more fun to watch. Maybe not higher quality movies.
Okay, well, sometimes that's part of it. Yeah, Cronenberg is fun to watch. I will say that after this scene that's been spoiled by this terrible label here, there's not. I mean, it's no, I'm kidding. They're a great label. They're a fine label, but I mean, it's hard to live up to that. That's such an iconic. Yeah. Crazy scene that, like, frankly, that's the one that freaks everybody out. I can just imagine seeing that in theaters and like, okay, that happened. And then you got to sit through an hour and 15 minutes more movie. But yeah, no, that's something. That cover. Okay.
So one shout out on this is not exclusive to the Play On site, and I know I've talked them up quite a few times. This will be available soon on the Brother Belial site in the U.S. And for those that don't know, you got, I believe it's about 47 minutes left. So open another tab. I don't want you to leave the stream, obviously, but if you open another tab, Brother Belial is currently having a sale right now on all of their gift cards, 10% off. They have gift cards that are either, I think it's $10, $25, and $100, or $25, $50, $100. There's no limit to however many you could buy. And if you are ever pre-ordering titles because you don't want to lose out on limited editions, or you love media books from Germany, this is one of the best sites to get that stuff from. And if you're pre-ordering, they usually have either the best pre-order price through all of the U.S. retailers, or it's within like $1 or $2 at most. And if you're going to pre-order stuff over the next few months, you may as well save 10%. And the cool thing with Brother Belial is free shipping at $100. So you don't have to worry about buying 3 things like you do at Orbit sometimes. If you are already hitting $100, it will ship for free. And it's totally worth it. Supporting small business. Love Brother Belial. Good guy. He helped with the fundraising that we did for my friend that passed away recently, and nice. I hope more people check out his site. Absolutely worth it. Again, 45 minutes left to save 10% on gift cards, and that's not something that most companies do. Diabolic did something on gift cards about a month ago, but other than that, it's rare that we hear about deals on gift cards from any of these companies.
Gift card hacks are really this is what people come to Disconnected for, especially like free shipping gift cards. Free shipping's a big deal to us. That's just the reality. And if you can get a $20 gift card to get to that threshold, then do it. But it doesn't work everywhere.
Yep. Absolutely true. All right, let's get this mess off the screen and go to our next one. February 17th, we get a 4K of The Lion in Winter coming from Studio Canal as part of their Vintage Classics line. This is the Peter O'Toole and Katharine Hepburn feature. This will have a new interview with Anthony Hopkins, who made his feature film debut in this movie. There's also a new interview with the camera assistant Robin Vidgen on this, with a handful of archival extras as well, including an Anthony Harvey commentary. All of the Studio Canal Vintage Classics 4Ks they've done have looked pretty damn great. This cover is excellent. This is one I've never seen, and I would honestly consider blind buying because this looks excellent.
Right. Oh, you haven't seen this?
Never seen The Lion in Winter.
Wow. I'm a sucker for these this historical epics, and 4K is the way to see those. It looks like 3 fingers. Are you sure that's not AI? I mean, we're zoomed pretty far out. This is a really okay 4. So
the thumb is holding the other side of his arm. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, okay, she has opposable thumbs.
I will say that Peter O'Toole kind of looks like Bryan Cranston there.
He does. Yeah. Make Lion in Winter look like Breaking Bad. It's a great movie. Peter O'Toole is, of course, this is peak Tool. Yeah, I guess it's Region B. So hopefully, yeah, you probably get it Orbit or not Brother Belial, but. Yeah, I would highly recommend. This is worth a blind buy, I would say, unless you don't like. Some people just don't like those historical epics, like A Man for All Seasons. Some people don't like that. If you like that, Beckett, those kind, I just threw my keyboard up. I kind of like Scanner's cover. I recommend a blind buy.
That is absolutely true. Ragnar, that's a good comment. Orbit has weird shipping. You can buy 1 item for $100 and not get free shipping, or buy 3 items for $20 and get free shipping.
So the 3 I showed you at the beginning of the show were all Orbit, and I think I paid for shipping for each one of them. So it's weird. but I don't. I'm still wearing the Asheville hat that we did when we recorded so I'm loyal to them, but yeah, it is weird. Let's talk to Mark about that.
Oscilloscope out of Brooklyn. They are putting out Wildcat from 2024 on Blu-ray this spring. There is no exact date yet, but this should be shipping soon for those in their circle of trust, and it'll probably be in your hands in the wide market somewhere around February, if I had to guess. Their historical release dates. They're doing a Blu-ray and DVD release of this, and for those that didn't hear about this is directed and co-written by Ethan Hawke himself. Wildcat invites the audience to weave in and out of celebrated Southern Gothic writer Flannery O'Connor's mind as she ponders the great questions of her writing. Can scandalous art still serve God? Does suffering precede all greatness? Can illness be a blessing? This one includes Laura Linney and Maya Hawke in the cast. You got an audio commentary with Ethan Hawke and the co-writer Shelby Gaines. A Flannery O'Connor and Wildcat featurette with Ethan Hawke and the author Brandon Taylor in conversation. Conversations at the crossroads with Ethan and Maya Hawke, and some trailers and featurettes. I love Oscilloscope, and I love Ethan Hawke. I'm very eager to see this.
I do too. I let my Circle of Trust lapse probably a little while ago, and so I'll have to catch up at some point. But I know. I mean, I've had him on the show, and I was Circle of Trust for a good 5 years or however long it's been around until recently. This is why, because reliably you're going to get a really good movie, and now it's not usually going to be like, the top. It's not going to be a Nora. Sometimes you'll get some higher profile ones, but I do also love Ethan Hawke. I didn't know he was directing. I'm trying to think of other films he's directed, and I think Maya is a big talent as well, musically and acting. So, and my wife's an English professor, so and we're in the South, so Flannery O'Connor comes up. I don't know if she's a fan. I'm not gonna give a hot take on her behalf, but yeah, I'll probably get this. I might re-up my Circle of Trust just for this one.
Nice.
Yeah, Oscilloscope are just great people. So if you're not a Circle of Trust, I would just support them. If you like movies,
And if you want to hear about the Circle of Trust, check out my interview I posted with them about 2.5 months ago. It's good stuff.
Nice. That's right. Yeah.
This one is a big deal, too. February 25th, Mill Creek is releasing Documentary Now, the complete series on Blu-ray. Now, for a lot of us that are nerdy and into physical media, you've probably seen some of this and love it. And funny enough, I had a bunch of people comment, I guess this was canceled. I did some research. IFC has canceled every single show that they were putting out except for one.
Wow.
And it's like a no-name, like a cooking show or some adventure show or something. They've canceled everything but one no-name show. It's all gone. It looks like they are either pulling out of that market or something.
Yeah, they're probably owned by somebody. I don't know. If it's Warner, I would understand. So I don't know who owns IFC, but this is almost like too good for this is frankly like too good to exist. Like we are really lucky because this is so inside baseball for film fans. Like Batshit Valley exists. When We Threw Rocks exists, and then all the Herzog Kinski, and that's just the recent one. There's Juan Eats Chickens and Rice. For Jiro Dreams of Sushi. These are just, there's the Globesman for Salesman. If you know anything about documentary films, even if you don't and you just watch them, this is so good. Every episode is like really funny, but the thing is like for example, the Company one, I hadn't seen Company, the cast recording documentary until after. So I was completely lost. And then I got the Criterion when it came out and I watched it again. And I was like, this is the funniest thing ever. This is why it's only for us. It's only for people like us. I saw it $60, which is a lot because I think these are all streaming somewhere. It might be Netflix. So that it's 4 seasons, but and it doesn't say anything about the supplements. I don't know if there are any to come. I don't think they don't usually put a lot of supplements. I'm trying to think like the Ultraman discs and all that. Yeah.
Well, Mill Creek is not really one to gauge on that because they don't produce new supplements. It's about what's provided to them. So if the DVDs had any supplements, this will likely have those ported over. However, personally, I don't think 60 for this is that bad at all. I mean, most of the stuff that's coming out on physical media, at least at the moment, is streaming. The question is, will it be streaming in 3 years? And
Great
to get
question.
this on release day for $60, that's pretty incredible.
I have to get this, and I see Patty Boy shouted out the Blue Jean Committee. Was that it? It's so good about the Eagles. Really, just and the thing is, they parody like that one documentary, but they really parody the entire genre. This is a treasure. I can't wait for this. I am going to buy this. $60. Yeah.
Simner is saying, why does this look like a Criterion release? It's because the whole show is lampooning Criterion films, basically.
Just about, like, probably 50% at least. I would think that I don't know what was on, because I think only 1 and 2 have come out on Blu-ray. Because I think I own both those. Yeah. So I think if it were up to these 4, 4 funny, hilarious people, and true film buffs. I mean, this was very much a passion project. Like if they had their druthers, they would. If they had their druthers, sorry, that was a boomer phrasing there. But they would do a lot of supplements. So hopefully they have. But it's worth it anyway, just to have the films or the documentaries.
All right. Some of the biggest news of the week, also other than Reanimator, January 21st, Lionsgate is putting out 4 4K steelbooks. 3 of them are brand new to 4K. One of them is a weird tint version, but we'll get to that. These are all coming on January 21st. This first one, Jackie Brown from 1997. Now, there is a bunch of extras on this. However, it's all extras that we've seen prior. There's, as far as I can tell, nothing on this that is brand new or exclusive except for the new 4K UHD disc, that's obviously a big deal. I'm glad that they're doing that. Nothing against the 4K and all that. However, this is a $40 steelbook with no new bonus features.
It is Jackie Brown. Jackie Brown is,
and it's amazing. Yeah.
It's a great movie. So I just want to point out, and forgive my soapbox here, there's a strike right now with Amazon. So I pre-ordered something by mistake, and I feel really guilty. I feel like a scab, but it's en route, so I can't. So I'm going to chill until that resolves, and because I support unions and labor and that. That aside, I mean, I love this movie. I think there's another 4K of this, isn't there?
There hasn't been, but we're going to talk about there is a standard releasing on the same day.
I might get the standard. Yeah. I think this cover looks great. I mean, this looks like an illustration. I'm not one of those have to have a steelbook kind of guy, but it looks, Pam Grier that's a great illustration. Yeah. I like that. In fact, I've looked at the cover art of all of them, and we'll look at them here in a second. I probably still won't get them, but yeah, Jackie Brown's a great movie. One of my favorites of his.
$40 for each of these brand new steelbooks is a lot for no new features, but I mean, again, if these are some of your favorite movies of all time, I totally get it. The most egregious one, though, is that tinted one. We'll talk about that in just a minute because of the price. But let's carry on to the next one. The next one is the tinted one. This is Reservoir Dogs, the Mr. Pink edition. This is the exact same steelbook released just a couple years ago in Best Buy. This won awards for the slipcover design on this, because when you pull off the slipcover, you're pulling off the ear, and it leaves behind the title in the blood on this one. Wow. And the only thing that's different is it's now tinted pink. This thing is $30, and when it came out at Best Buy just a couple years ago, it was $20, and they did nothing new to this except for apply a filter to the art. That, to me, is one of the most greedy choices that we've seen in this business for quite some time.
So you're saying they're greedy sometimes? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying this is specifically greedy, but also
make it pink.
If you want, all these steelbooks are exclusive to this website, so they're probably not going to go down in price. The standards are not exclusive, but the steelbooks are.
I love Tarantino. I'm a huge fan. We who isn't, right? I mean, yeah, there are people that are, but and this is a transformative film for cinema, especially indie cinema in the 90s. I think I wrote about this actually, but the thing is, it's going to come out again. it's going to come out again and again and again.
They just proved that with Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, exactly. So I that's the one thing with FOMO is I don't know that this here is enough to trigger my FOMO, because I'm sure it'll come out again. So yeah, maybe the standard of both of them someday for the 4K. But for me, it's just to watch the movies, just to have those movies in 4K. It's not. Yep. I'm not a big, as far as this goes, I'm not a big collector. It's not kind of what strikes my sweet spot. It's cool to look at. I think it's a cool cover. I like the concept. Yeah.
And I've got the first Steelbook, so I know I don't need this, but it's a good looking 4K.
Yeah.
But if you want two more, they're also doing Kill Bill Volume 1 on the same day. Once again, no new features as far as I can tell. And this is, once again, $40 exclusive to the Lionsgate Limited website. And, of course, you can't release just that one. They're also putting out Kill Bill Volume 2 on the same day. Now, of course, the biggest comments from everybody in the chat is, I'm not buying these. I'm waiting for the whole bloody affair. Keep in mind, that will never be released on physical media. Ever, 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 never.
Which is unfortunate. I think, so yeah, that is a controversy. And I don't really know why I think it's Quentin. I think I know it's come out theatrically, but never physical. And I think it's only like in limited.
It's never come out theatrically. He's only played it at the New Bev. It's never had a release.
That's what I meant.
So it exists in one print. That's it.
I think, which is very Quentin. I think he's played it in France, but yeah, anyway. Which is unfortunate. I don't know why he's sticking to his guns on that. The real thing is, all right, if we have a Texas Chainsaw Massacre with an actual Texas Chainsaw, I'm laughing at my own joke before I say it. We should have a foot edition. This should be in a foot. A giant foot for $200. I would buy both of these again. Kill Bill is I love Kill Bill. Part one more, although I respect part two because it's more the spaghetti western kind of versus like the kung fu. That's why I think the whole bloody affair would be so amazing. But yeah, no, I own these in the Blu-ray. I don't know that there's enough in 4K yet. And again, I whether Whole Bloody Affair comes out again or comes out ever or not, this will be for sale again. And I do like the artwork there, though. Yeah, but not enough.
So a couple things. One, if we're going to do the foot edition, my opinion, we have to do a feet edition. And because there's 10 toes, each toe can be a representative of one of his 10 films when he retires. I mean, that's perfect.
Or you can get AI art and do 9 toes.
It'll be like 14 and a half for some reason.
That's right. And then Mr. Pink will get an ear back.
It'll be in the middle of his forehead. So on the same day, Jackie Brown, Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2 are all getting standard releases. You can pre-order those anywhere. Those are available everywhere. You can get them at Diabolic. You can get them at Orbit. And just like Craig says a handful of comments ago, those standards, only $26. And compared to a Steelbook, is the Steel worth $14? Not really. No.
It's the movies. Jackie Brown's a great movie. Reservoir Dogs, a great movie. Kill Bill, again, sure, but yeah, I might. And the thing is, these will probably go on sale if they're standards.
Oh, absolutely.
So some Black Friday, it'll probably be $12.99 or something, or maybe
next Black Friday, it'll probably be somewhere between $10 and $14.
So a year from now, I will enjoy Jackie Brown in 4K. Thank you. I'm with you, Paul. I love Jackie Brown. It's a treasure. So yeah,
it's an incredible movie. Yeah. We got through Tarantino. All right. Now, this one is available now from Fiore Media Group. This is Veselka, the rainbow in the corner at the center of the world. This is a brand new documentary from 2024. It says, for 70 years, Veselka has been best known for its borscht and varenik I said that one wrong, Vareniki, but has become a beacon of hope for Ukraine as the second-generation owner, Tom Burchard, reluctantly retires at 54 years. His son, Jason, faces the pressures of stepping into his father's shoes as the war in Ukraine impacts his family and staff. This is narrated by David Duchovny. CNN and Forbes just named this on their must-see documentaries of 2024 list. I'm dying to see this. This will have a commentary on it and English and Ukrainian captions and a trailer. You can get a blue or rent it digitally. This sounds really great.
This sounds wonderful, and we talked about this earlier in the week. So just to get it out of the way, my wife is brilliant. She speaks Russian, and then when the Ukrainian war happened, she learned. I shouldn't say she speaks. She's not like she was able to understand some things in Anora. So I asked her how Mikey Madison's Russian was, and she's like, it was pretty good. But she learned Ukrainian when the war started, and so she's actually had some interesting insights about Ukrainian. So she would probably, her and this filmmaker at a bar would be. I would just sit back and watch. I love the idea of this film. I mean that this film exists, that this story is told. So I'll probably buy this regardless, just out of solidarity and interest too. I think this is really going to be an interesting film. And yeah, and maybe one day my wife and I will get a beer with this guy.
It is still open. I believe Sibner even commented that you could still go to the story, and he said he's been there a few times, and sounds good to me.
Where is this? Is in Kiev or? No,
this is in New York City.
I'm sorry. Okay. Very, very different. Yeah. Okay. Still, I'm glad. So we do go to New York. So that's we'll have to go there someday. Where in New York?
Yeah.
Not that I'm asking you to be a tour guide or anything.
Gosh, I think when I was on the website, I think it said Brooklyn. Sibner, he says it's at 9th and 2nd.
9th and 2nd. Okay. Yeah. So on the east side. All right. Cool.
I don't know anything about New York. He says it's open till 3 a.m. Nice.
Well, nice. We would definitely go. I think we're going to go to New York. Hopefully this summer. I'm going to try to get to Criterion. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But we'll get to Criterion and then Veselka.
All right, that's the documentary. Man, I feel like we haven't talked about this in quite some time.
Wow.
So let's do it. I've been getting a lot of questions. People thought that we weren't going to be able to do it this year. Shelf Shock Rewind 2024 is absolutely happening. The ceremony itself will be live on February 16th at 7 p.m. Eastern. And my co-host this time will be the one and only Michelle Kisner, who's been on the channel this year.
She's awesome.
She's also written in a bunch of releases that have come out this year. We're going to be covering a lot of the same categories that we've gone over the last 2 years, including expanding a couple of them to give everybody a chance to win and get some more spotlight on some of the smaller labels as well. If you are interested in voting, just like last year, the entire month of January will be open for voting. The Creator Selection Committee will be putting in their nominations literally starting tomorrow morning. They are going to be nominating titles for the next 7 to 10 days, and then we will be preparing all of the voting things necessary, because we are nominating about 5 titles per category, some of them up to 10, and then you can do a write-in for everyone. It's going to be a tough year. There's been some incredible titles this year, and I can't wait to see what some of the results are for these.
I'm on the committee, so I better start doing my homework tomorrow morning. Wow. And I'm up late with you. But, no, I'm seriously. This was so fun last year, and I know I missed it the year before, but Michelle is great. Of course, Celeste is great. I don't know if Celeste is in the chat, but love you, Celeste. Celeste, I've been getting AI spam because of you. That's a compliment. Because AI spam saying Celeste is so great, and Celeste is great, but AI apparently has picked up on that. But yeah, Michelle is really just a great person, has great taste, and is really cool. And she'll do a great job on as co-host. Really looking forward to kind of participating with her in this. And yeah, it's going to be fun. So the awards will be February.
It is always going to be the Sunday after Super Bowl Sunday.
You should just do it on Super Bowl Sunday. I'm kidding.
We definitely want 14 viewers, and that's it.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Maybe you get more. I like the idea of best cat movie. I think we should have that category.
It would have to be called the category, but yes.
There you go. I see what you did. See, I'm here for your dad jokes. Thank you, Ryan.
Michelle, for those that don't know Michelle, please go look her up. Her writing is incredible and subversive, and she is going to bring a really fun vibe to the show, and I hope people are into it. It'll be a good time.
She's a great choice. I couldn't think of anybody better. When I heard it, I was like, this just makes so much sense. So well done, Ryan.
I'm glad that people agree with that choice. Let's go to our next one. Wilgo is releasing The Invisible Raptor on February 4th. This is a movie with Sean Astin, and it sounds amazing. If you are in any way curious about this based on the cover, watch the trailer. This movie looks super fun. And shockingly, I read a couple people that did watch this, and pretty much everybody likes it. So I'm very curious to check this one out.
I would say, where's the raptor on the trailer? I guess or on the cover, but it's invisible. So is that that's the invisible raptor?
John Cena's holding it.
That looks like a Barney suit that's just painted green. Yeah, this looks like a lot of fun. I mean, I have no illusion that it's a good movie, but it's
you never know.
Never know. Yeah, Invisible Raptors.
Wilgo is also releasing 100 Yards on February 18th on Blu-ray. This is another one where the trailer looks surprisingly good. And honestly, shout out to Wilgo USA. They are a company that puts a lot of love into Asian films that would not get any other releases if they weren't doing this. They've put out some major titles over the years, but the big thing is they still give a lot of love to the smaller titles. And I will forever be grateful for them, because stuff like this would never be on physical media without them, probably.
This is an interesting illustration. I think it's an illustration. I don't want to say AI art, but interesting translation though. So 100 yards, that's a touchdown. That's in fact, Google 100 yards. You're just going to see a lot of end zones, but yeah, I haven't heard of this movie, but I love these period pieces that they make. Usually they're at worst great to look at, and at best a really fantastic movie. So this is 20s Tianjin. Okay, yeah,
looks good to me. All
I
right,
won't buy it, but that's okay.
February 4th, Warner Brothers is putting out the regular show, the complete series. And they're doing that DVD. On DVD. Normally, I don't highlight DVD-only releases because those are fairly common, but this has never had a complete series release that was a legit, legal complete series release. And so I wanted to cover this for that. I would like to see this come out on Blu-ray. Can we count on that? Considering they're doing DVD only in 2024? Probably not. That is the reality.
I'm not mad at it. I mean, one thing with DVDs, libraries, and we have Blu-rays and 4Ks. Well, although 4K even, we'll see how that goes. But it's accessible, and I'm sure there are a lot of kids that grew up on the show that aren't people like us. So I'm not mad at it.
All right. Next up, we got a replacement program. If you bought Labyrinth from Shout over the last few months, including this big gift set box set or their steelbook that was a Walmart exclusive steelbook, there is a visual glitch that happens at 21 minutes and 31 seconds. Doesn't last long, but it's super visible, and it happens whether there is HDR on or not. They need to get a replacement disc for you. So go out and fill out this form. If you are a purchaser of that, all you need is a screenshot of receipt, no matter where you bought it. It could have been from Orbit. They will accept that, whatever. The hard part is if you had a physical receipt and you bought this from Walmart, having that physical receipt may not be super simple for you anymore. So I would take a look into that. Now, the other big thing, there's not been a confirmed replacement program, but I thought this would be a good time to bring up the fact that Vinegar Syndrome is sounding like they may need to put out a replacement disc for the Looking for Mr. Goodbar 4K.
Heard about that, yeah.
There is a visual glitch that happens there. I believe it freezes at about an hour and 2 minutes into the feature if you have Dolby Vision on. And if you take off Dolby Vision, it seems to play just fine. But obviously, that's not what you want when you're putting out a title that has been long sought out for physical media. And the first release of it is marred by a disc problem.
And we began this by talking about their shipping. So a lot of people are going to get. I mean, are they going to get their replacement disc before their disc? I don't know. No, mine will be here Monday, so that is a bummer because I wanted to watch that immediately. And yeah. Well, if it freezes, that's a pretty big. That'll take you out of the movie pretty quick. I don't know, in the Labyrinth, I could probably deal with a little, thing. I probably wouldn't even bother with the replacement. I know some people would and should, but that's a bummer.
It is a bummer. But the big thing is you will have a correct disc after that. So you're not, necessarily going to miss out on anything. You'll have it all. I understand that it's annoying to go through that, but I feel like this is the best option. We still have companies every year that have errors on their discs that don't even acknowledge that there are errors.
Great point. And and that's the right thing to do, huge release for them. They should make it right. Now, does Vinegar Syndrome automatically send that, or do you have to actually okay, well, that's even better. I like to support companies that do that.
Vinegar Syndrome will automatically send it if you bought it through them. However, if you bought Looking for Mr. Goodbar through Orbit or Diabolic or Grindhouse Video or something, you're definitely going to have to contact them for that disc. And they'll still give it to you, but obviously there's no way of tracking that for them.
I guess you'd have the web order. So the order receipt on their website. So, yeah, I would think that would work.
Now, this is nothing to do with shout, so I'm going to bring this down for just a second. But I did want to shout out something that came to light this week that I've known about for, I don't know, the last year or so. We have a friend of the show, Rich Johnson, who's over in the UK. He's a writer on many Arrow releases, Second Sight releases, handful of other companies. I've got him working on something right now, actually, awesome. For me. He is an incredible dude, very smart. He posted this week about a project that he was working on. Back in 2019, he wrote a book on the movie Bone Tomahawk, which he calls a brutal masterpiece of a film. And this was right around the time that S. Craig Zoller and the production company that he was associated with started to go through some problems. Basically, it all comes down to cancel culture. Something happened, and I'm not saying the action behind that is acceptable or good or whatever, but because there was an individual that was not associated with Bone Tomahawk whatsoever, Rich shared that this was going to be a Second Sight release, and it is now canceled because of everything surrounding this. They did not take the opportunity to renew their license. They had planned to put it out with Rich's book, and now his book is not getting released. So it's a messy situation, but I did want to let people know that happened because I'm sure that Rich's post is not like exploding across the physical media world. Second Sight was going to put it out, and it's a movie that I love. I think Bone Tomahawk is an incredible film, and
fun.
Considering that everything that we know is that the production of the film, there was never any complaints. There was no anything negative that happened on that. The fact that somebody sort of loosely attached to the production company associated to making Bone Tomahawk got the entire release canceled years later, that to me seems like we're taking some of this a little too far. Yeah.
I have weird feelings about cancel culture. I mean, I generally agree that I like to call it consequence culture. Like, if so I don't know this situation, so I'll refrain from commenting on it. I do like Bone Tomahawk. There's been a lot of movies I've loved that are from problematic directors, and still we talked about them here on Reconnected, and I don't go in the chat saying, "Rah, rah," but well, that would make it.
You did text me that you loved Roman Polanski. What was that about?
I have Chinatown. I thought about The Tenant, but yeah, and there are some people that are just so far beyond the pale. So I don't know the situation, but I also understand they're a business too, and if they realize that it's not going to sell much, I don't know if Bone Tomahawk, without that, do you think that would be a sellout title for them?
Here's the thing. So it's already out on 4K in the US, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's out from RLJE, who does not ever do HDR. Bone Tomahawk in some scenes are very dark, and I think that HDR could benefit those scenes specifically to bring out some of the darker colors in incredible ways. But this movie, honestly, I think if you got a second sight type of package with 7 new essays and new commentary from a bunch of people and a bunch of new interviews, some visual essays, this is the sort of movie that is a modern true cult classic and would have done very well for them.
And Second Sight is one of those labels that it doesn't really matter what they put out. I'm always excited because they don't put out a whole lot. It's not every month or two. So yeah, this is a bummer, I would say. Again, not knowing the circumstances, I don't. Maybe they're in the right. I don't know. I'm going to Google it later and I'll judge to myself. But all that aside, I would have liked to have owned this from Second Sight. So that is a bummer. But I'm glad it's not the other movie I was thinking. So,
well, let's get back to our announcements. We still got a few left to go over, including this major title. We got some release details for Amadeus finally. This is coming out on 4K from Warner, specifically in the US on February 25th. And yes, this will only include the theatrical cut. Now, depending on who you ask, that's either a great thing or an egregious attack on cinematic humanity. People have been, I don't know, all over the bases about how they're responding to this. The response on why this only has the theatrical cut is sort of odd. It seems like there was an individual associated with it who only liked the theatrical cut, and he passed away. And now they're taking what they had left, which was the director's cut, and taking the added scenes back out and releasing the theatrical cut. But the fact that you're doing that tells me you had the director's cut. You could have just scanned that in 4K and put both on the disc. And if you had done that, everybody would have been happy.
Yeah, that is weird. So, we see this a lot where the director's cut is not restored to 4K. And a lot of times the materials, they're not up to snuff. So there's often good, and obviously they want to sell discs, so they're going to go with what most people remember, what people want to buy. So I do understand why sometimes director's cuts aren't restored. And I have heard that this is a pretty bad director's cut. I've actually watched it, but I can't really remember. There is an article floating around with the differences between the two, and probably just it's hard to reconcile your memory, but I do love the theatrical cut. I think it's a great movie. And I don't remember the director's cut destroying it. I would usually err on, like you, if you have it, put out both. But I'm glad it's coming out. This has been rumored to be on Criterion, and I actually knew that it wasn't going to be on Criterion, so I'm glad I don't have to keep that secret anymore. I knew the studio was doing it. I've known for about a year. But it is a great movie. The cover is interesting here, and also they put theatrical cut on the cover, which is
I think that's a good thing. That way people aren't
probably so. Yeah.
Thinking that they're going to be faked out.
The director's cut's been forced on us and I say forced on us, not like they're shoving it down our throats, but they've really been proud. It's been on all the discs. Yep. So, and they've marketed the director's cut for a good couple decades, I think. I do think the theatrical cut probably is the better movie, just from what I've read. I'm sure opinions will differ. But yeah, I guess it's going to, you still can get it on Blu-ray because there is that older Blu-ray.
Right.
I think it's a digibook as well. I don't like the cover art as much. I kind of like it, but I prefer the the poster art is like mostly black and it's kind of hunched over. It actually kind of reminds me of the Brood cover art that we saw earlier, just without the two colors. This kind of looks like it's okay. But a great movie. I think at least not everybody agrees, but I'm glad it's out, coming out.
For the record, before we go to the next one, Subaquatic pointed out that Bone Tomahawk is not in 4K. Only Brawl and Cell Block 99 is 4K. That is correct. I went and checked. I misspoke, so thank you.
And I'm sorry, I'm laughing at Senator's comment. Yes, people will, the one guarantee in life is that people will always complain about something.
Exactly.
So, I'm fine with it.
All right, we got a handful of indies coming up. April 15th, there's a Blu-ray from Dread Presents and Epic Pictures of A Knight's War from 2024. Technically, I think this might actually be a 2025 film. It's like a straight-to Blu-ray type of movie. The funny thing about the Dread Presents, they've not done a lot of great movies, but they've done a handful that are pretty good, including they did the first Terrifier. That's what put them on the map, pretty much.
Interesting. Wow. Well, you didn't sell me there.
I can imagine why.
The cover's interesting. So I guess it kind of looks like a Game of Thrones guy in the background. I don't know, like a Game of Thrones mariachi. Sorry.
All right. Troma is releasing Eating Miss Campbell on Blu-ray on March 11th. This got a Refuse Films release over in the UK on Blu-ray already, but now Troma's doing it themselves on March 11th. It will have a bunch of the extras that were on the Refuse release if you don't have that one yet, so you can pick this up already. Are you a Troma guy in any way?
No, and I'm trying to place it. This font is from some. It's a homage to something. The way they did this, the letters here, I can't, like, maybe like Romeo and Michelle. I'm just making that up. It's not that movie, but something like that. I mean, I've heard of them. Got nothing though. Not
understandable. Next up is The Beast Hand. This is coming from Cleopatra Entertainment on April 15th. And this will have some trailers, a slideshow, and more. And moving right along.
Sorry, can you go back? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We have so many. I hadn't seen this one. I was just looking at the art. Okay. So 2020. I do like 2024 recent Asian genre films, especially Japanese. Who directed this? I don't know. I'll look this up on my own time. But
a name I do not know. Yeah.
Anytime, a lot of these just don't see the light of day in the United States. So I'm glad that people are putting them out.
Next up is Martin Sheen in The Way, which is a Emilio Estevez directed film from 2010. This is coming out from Ocean Avenue Entertainment in the most Hallmark, like Thanksgiving inspirational story type of cover that I've seen all year.
I've never seen this, and but this is like, if I was just going to choose one thing to give my dad for a birthday present, this is what it is.
Oh man,
love my dad, Vietnam vet, all that, but yeah,
that makes sense. The Cleopatra Entertainment continues on February 7th with the unpredictable Todd Rundgren. If you don't know the name, he was in the band Utopia and the band Nas. Don't remember how to pronounce that. There's some bonus interviews, bunch of songs that you can see listed here. They're doing that, yeah.
Legend. I think he's a great musician. Weird guy. So I guess this is just a concert here, isn't it? Yeah,
that's it. And then some interviews and stuff.
If you're a fan, probably. I would love a documentary. There might be one out there. There's one for just about everybody out there. But yeah, I'm not enough of a fan to buy it, but I'll buy it for my dad.
He's got a double feature coming.
He's got two things. Oh, and this one too.
Kino on March 4th are releasing film noir The Dark Side of Cinema 24. This one will include Union Station, Jennifer, and The Crooked Circle. We got an audio commentary on Union Station by Alan K. Rode. Jennifer has Kat Ellinger and Martin Conterio together on there, and The Crooked Circle with Gary Garani. You also got a couple of trailers, and that's it. Are you collecting all these, Aaron?
I like that they're giving gigs to Alan Rode's a great one, of course. Kat. No, I'm not. I kind of I set a reminder for when I'm 70 to see how many there are, because
there will be more than 70.
It seems like they are actually going to be our next species. We're just going to be covered with the planet's going to be covered with noir sets. And I love noir. Some of these are kind of borderline noir when you look into them more. I mean, they only had so many noir films, but I do like that they're available. If I'm ever looking for a specific title, I'm not collecting by number. That's way too much money.
I can't wait, like TB Kane said in the chat, to see if they go to number 30. What do you do to celebrate the XXX edition? Because they got to do something fun.
Will they even do that? I mean, because come on, that'll sell to the wrong people.
What's funny is
the trench coat crowd.
Knowing Kino, they'll probably sell it to regular Arabic numerals instead of Roman numerals, only for number 30, and then 31 will go XXXI.
Spell it out or something. Yep. Yeah, trench coat crowd is really a thing. That's in my book about Spring Breakers. They tried to get those people, and those people were trolled. So anyway,
our next announcement. This is one that I posted, and Will Dodson promptly texted me about 12 seconds later to say how excited he was. Yeah. February 3rd, Spirit Entertainment is releasing Hawk the Slayer in the UK. It is essentially the exact same as the Blu-ray that came out before, all the same extras and everything. This is just picked up because Network went out of business, and now a lot of their titles are getting shelled out to other companies, and it will be in print, which is a good thing for any film.
I haven't seen it. Looks like a fun one. Looks like up my alley. So yeah, I might grab this.
All right. Physical Media Advocate's still available. If you want to get them for Christmas, they should be able to ship to you on time. That's it. Let's talk about some.
I thought that was going to be a replacement page. Sorry.
There's a replacement program for issue 13, page 12. If you need it.
There's a typo on page 13.
There's quite a lot of errors. Believe me, I found many.
Oh, that's not you're being Kino here. Not.
I wasn't going to announce publicly. You forced my hand. Thanks, Aaron.
Support Ryan. Support the magazine, please. Just not on Amazon at the moment, if you don't mind. Yeah, I have mine too.
And I think straight from Michelle, me if you don't want to buy from Amazon.
Michelle was in that issue, right? Wasn't she? Or was it the one before?
She is in the one before this one. Yeah. And just to reveal ahead of time, I think she's going to be in the February issue as well.
Sweet.
God, we're already setting the February issue. Life is crazy.
Life is crazy. Yeah, that's a good thing, though. We're happy to hear that. Imprint. This is my month for Imprint. I tell you,
huge month for Imprint. All of these are coming on Blu-ray on March 26th in Australia. This first one, Man Bites Dog from 1992. This is a film that got a Criterion DVD release, has not been upgraded to Blu-ray, and they are ensuring here that you get the full uncut version because the last two releases of this in Australia have both been cut. I believe the Criterion DVD will be the same cut as this. So if you've seen the Criterion, you're not getting anything new necessarily. But this is HD. And the big thing, you got a new audio commentary by Sam Deegan on this, which will be amazing. There's a new Man with the Movie Camera, the Found Footage Legacy of Man Bites Dog featurette on this with interviews with a handful of people. There's some deleted alternative scenes. This looks great. I'm just laughing at the fact that they're advertising a full uncut version and they modified the original art to be teeth on the cover instead of going with the original poster.
Get this in scanners together. That other cut, it's the Carnage double feature. I saw this back in the day. I don't have that Criterion DVD. That's one thing I don't buy all those. And I think this was one of the earlier spines for Criterion. I forget. I don't memorize spine numbers, but this is one I wanted to get. So I'm glad that Imprint is putting it out. I'm surprised that Criterion hasn't, but they're lost. So
maybe they will soon. Now that Imprint's doing it, they don't want to lose out on the sales.
But this is region free, right? Yeah. So
it will be region free, and the Criterion won't carry over most of the extras from this.
Exactly. So. Yeah. And those early discs, I don't know what's on. I don't remember what's on this one, but the early discs did not have a lot of extras.
How early? Oh, there it is.
We said there's no fact checking, Ryan.
So it is Spine 165. Okay. We've got a video interview with the filmmakers. No C4 for Daniel, the short film from '89. Stills Gallery, new essay. That's it.
So Stills Gallery. That's how old that is. I'm very happy about this release.
The short film is also on this too, so you're really missing nothing. if you get this.
Yeah, this is a great release. So really excited.
All right. Can somebody explain to me how Bloody Teeth is better than the original? It's not, and it looks silly, to be honest. It
really does, yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Anyways, going to the next one. Savior from 1998 coming out. This is the first time on Blu-ray anywhere in the world. This will have a new interview with the writer Robert Orr, new interview with Sergei Trifunovich. That's probably not how you say that. This is a movie that I've been wanting to see for quite some time. Have you seen Savior?
I have not. So this is, I haven't heard much about it even. So, Dennis Quaid's a good actor. I liked him in The Substance. I know he's a weird person. Definitely not going to be the same performance as his Substance character. I mean, it kind of looks like, I'm not going to compare it to The Way that we just saw a few discs ago, but it kind of looks like that military rah-rah kind of movie. So I'm curious if it's good. I'm probably going to buy the bundle anyway, so I guess I'll get it. But if anyone wants to buy it, hit me up.
Pretty great cast though overall. Stellan Skarsgård, Nastasia Kinski also in this. This looks like one I certainly want.
Same, yeah.
I love how Ronnie and Sibner are talking about how I have every movie ever released on physical media within arm's reach somehow. That's not true. I just only grab
it. Is pretty impressive, yeah. I mean, I have a lot of movies right here, but the thing is, my arms are like maybe a third your arm's size.
That is true. I am 6'5".
Ryan has me beat on arm size.
Let's talk about Shattered Glass from 2003. This is the first time this has been on Blu-ray anywhere in the world. This is the real-life story of Stephen Glass, the journalist. This is going to have a new interview with the director, Billy Ray, new interview with the producer, Craig Baumgarten, new interview with the editor, Jeffrey Ford, 60 minutes interview with Stephen Glass, and that's it.
Oh, and that's the same, probably the same commentary that was on the last. So I love this film, and I don't know if this is very widely seen these days. I actually remember reviewing it, and I think so. A lot of the websites I reviewed for are down. That's just life. But so I'll have to check to see if my review's still on Rotten Tomatoes or my little snippet. But I think this is a great film. This was when Hayden Christensen was doing the Star Wars movies, so this was like his real foray into like a good movie. I mean, I'm not saying, I am saying the Star Wars are not good movies. I don't like them that much. That's just, I like the third one. I don't think he was terrible. I mean, he doesn't like sand. He has a little more to do as a character in this one. But the real performance is that guy. I'm pointing at him.
Peter Sarsgaard.
Sarsgaard. So I really respect understated performances. You had mentioned one earlier where somebody kind of explodes in a scene, and that was really effective. I think it was in a real. Yeah, you were talking about Jesse Eisenberg, Chuck Ray. I think that's the character's name. He it's a great performance. I want to say he was like on the short list or was buzzed about for supporting actor, and I think he was really robbed. But I think he and Christensen, their interplay is really well done. Great acting, and the way it was directed, the way it was cut together, it's just a really great film. And I like films about journalism. I kind of think of myself as a journalist, so this is one of the greats. I put it up with like Network and stuff like that.
Broadcast News,
Spotlight, Broadcast News, definitely,
So Shattered Glass is one that I've never seen.
Wow. Okay.
Embarrassingly, this is one I've wanted to see for quite some time, and this is one that gets brought up a lot because one of my frequent podcast partners is Billy Ray Bruton, and everybody always laughed because his Twitter title for the longest time was "Not That Shattered Glass Guy, Billy Ray."
Should I? So you had mentioned him earlier in the week, and I was like, jumping on that. I was like, Shattered Glass is one of my favorite movies. That's a great movie. I want to talk to Billy Ray. And you're like, not the right. And then, of course, we had some Billy Ray Cyrus jokes. That's how things unravel for us. Nothing against, was it Billy Ray Brewer? Is that his name?
Bruton.
Yeah, Bruton. Sorry. fantastic human being, even though he didn't direct Shattered Glass. I'm glad he points that out, though, because I'm sure he gets confused for that.
Well,
and
to make it more confusing, and I don't remember if you and I talked about that this week, last year we got in contact with Billy Ray and finally got Billy Ray to come on one of our podcast episodes so that Billy Ray Bruton could interview Billy Ray and have a Billy Ray off. And it was a really great conversation and truly fun to listen to.
If I didn't know that, I would think that if that were to happen, the universe might explode. So I'm just glad we're all alive.
That if you get Cyrus in the room as well. So we made sure to stay away from the trifecta.
Yeah, that's the Trinity. Yeah. No, great movie. I think you'll love it. I would recommend if you get this, put it on.
All right. Next up is In the Bedroom. This is the first time this has been on Blu-ray anywhere in the world. And that's a big deal because a lot of people are either new or devout Todd Field fans who directed Tar. Mm-hmm. And this is his feature film debut with the box office smash In the Bedroom. Stars Sissy Spacek, Tom Wilkinson, Nick Stahl, and Marissa Tomei. Incredible cast. This is based on the 1979 short story Killings by Andre Dubus. This will have a new audio commentary by Adrian Martin, who we talked about earlier. New visual essay by Carl Elsacer. New visual essay by Alex Guder. And then new interview with the actress Karen Allen as well.
Have you seen this, Ryan?
I don't know, but I think no. If I did, I think
you would know.
If I did, I was way too young.
First off, I can't believe this has not had a Blu-ray in all this time. This is a stone cold masterpiece. This is one of my favorite films of all time. This is one of the best acting films I've ever seen. So Wilkinson, Spacek, who else was in this? Here I'm raving about it. There was a supporting performance too that was really
Marissa Tomei and Nick Stahl.
Yeah, Tomei is amazing in this, but really Wilkinson I think really carries it. And yeah, there's a scene. I mean, it's actually on the cover. I won't go into it because it's a spoiler. But this is where of course we know Todd Field now. He's done a lot of great films. What's interesting is this was nominated for some awards, but it didn't do great, and it was kind of like a cult classic. But the people that loved it, which was me, I loved it. I've loved it all these years. So I'm really thrilled that this is coming out. Again, perplexed that it took so long, but glad it's finding an audience. The first thing I did when I woke up this morning was I shouted out Adrian because, two dreams come true. This is coming to Blu-ray, fantastic film, and Adrian's doing the commentary. So yeah, this is going right in the player. I've probably seen it like 5-6 times already. It's just so good. It's a slow burn kind of film. It's kind of like neo-noir, slow burn pace. So if you actually kind of like Night Moves. There's a little murder mystery, a little murder drama, I would say is the way I would put it. But yeah, In the Bedroom, fantastic movie. And yes, pretty heavy stuff, as somebody said in the chat. I promised I wouldn't read the chat, but I'm. This is a fantastic movie.
As Sibner points out, says this is a Paramount title, and that equals Kino. To be quite honest, the odds are this will likely come out from Kino Lorber in the next couple of years, but they will likely not carry over all of the imprint extras either. Yeah,
they probably wouldn't have Adrian do the commentary. The thing is, Kino does get good commentaries, and some of our friends that we work with are often on Kino. So I actually have jokes aside with the replacement discs and stuff, I don't have any qualms with Kino. There's so much, but I would prefer. This is the release for me, I think.
I'm glad. Next up is The Weight of Water. This is from 2000. This is directed by Catherine Bigelow. And you've got Catherine McCormick, Elizabeth Hurley, Sean Penn, and Sarah Polley in this one. This is about a newspaper photographer. And this has a new audio commentary by Scott Harrison. New interview with the composer, Dave Hirschfelder. This is one I've definitely not seen. In fact, I don't even know that I'd heard of this one. Have you seen this one?
Yeah, I know this one well. So this one is basically Elizabeth Hurley thirst trap movie. So if you think she was hot, she was a big thing back in the day. This was the film that everybody recommended. Now, I'm curious if this actually holds up for reevaluation because it wasn't really thought of as a good movie. I think for like a half second, Sean Penn was lobbied as an Oscar contender because, he's Sean Penn. He always was. But And I do respect Bigelow. I like most of her work. I think the reviews were mixed at best, but I do remember, back then people talked about actresses and how attractive. I guess that still happens. There's Sydney Sweeney. If you just look on Twitter, Blue Sky, it's all over. But yeah, I remember it being notable because she was finally nude, and that got posted around. So I don't remember how good the movie was. So I probably not good, but I'm willing to give it another shot.
The big thing for these, because it's from imprint, like Sibner's saying, I just don't want to pay the import cost. These do all get sold by U.S. retailers, and usually it's a slight markup. So like these titles come out to, I haven't checked the conversion today. These are normally 35 in Australian dollars, and it was for a while about 25 US. Now it's probably like 23, something like that.
Yeah, it's the bundle is for all of them is $180, and so the shipping, you still have to pay shipping. So, and I think that's like $40. So that's going to be right now about $130 for all of those. That's not bad. You have to wait a while. That's not. I'm probably going to get the bundle. I mean, I don't watch the Australian. I don't know if Tony's still here, but I agree, Sibner. It's the shipping, the 40. But I mean, for it to get from Australia to here, I'm not terribly mad at it, and I'm not going to buy so much to get free shipping.
So that's the thing. They do have free shipping. So, I mean, if you're getting a whole bundle like this, if you add, I don't know, one or two of their other releases, you could probably get to the free shipping very quickly.
Probably, yeah. And it would almost be the same price, yeah.
Deal, yeah.
Yeah, the prices, I mean, I always think of imprint as expensive too, and sometimes I would get those bundles just because it's better value overall. And even that, yeah, all of these films are not in the bedroom. The Weight of Water is certainly not in the bedroom. But yeah. I see Paul said the bundle's free shipping. I don't think it is.
It is. He's in Australia, so it's free shipping.
Oh, gotcha.
For him.
Makes sense. Yeah, of course, domestic. Yeah, it's got to fly on an airplane, so I get it.
If you want it quick, they can send it by canoe for quite a bit cheaper.
Yeah, free shipping by canoe. You'll get it in 2028.
Maybe.
Yeah. Might be wet.
Girl is the last one in this bundle. This is from 2006, starring Sienna Miller and Hayden Christensen, another one, and then Guy Pearce on this one. It is Sienna Miller starring as It Girl Edie Sedgwick. Guy Pearce stars as Andy Warhol, and the stunning supporting cast with Hayden Christensen, Jimmy Fallon, Mina Suvari, Mary Kate Olsen, and Mary Elizabeth Winstead. This is
early role.
And this has new audio commentary by Elizabeth Purcell, new interview with Ileana Douglas, new interview with the production designer Jeremy Reed, and then a whole bunch of archival features on this one. I've never seen this one.
It's pretty good. If you like biopics, I mean, it's pretty standard, like early 2000s. And I said early role for Winstead. That's probably around the time of Grindhouse. So when Death Proof was out.
Right before, yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, it's a good movie. No, I wouldn't buy the bundle for this, but we're talking 6 movies in this group. So that's pretty good value. I'm probably going to get the bundle. Good movie. I'd recommend it. But not in the bedroom. And there's really nothing we talked about except for maybe Night Moves. That's and The Brood that is in the bedroom to me.
That's a weird sentence when we break it out like that.
I know. We talked about a lot of movies tonight.
We can even talk about Sylvester Stallone starring in Tulsa King. Season 2 of Tulsa King comes out on Blu-ray from Paramount on March 18th. I believe the first season got a steelbook, and they are not doing that for season 2 from what I can see. So if you are a big fan of Sylvester Stallone, this is your way to get season 2. I hear the show's good. I've never seen it, but
I've never seen it either, but I think it's weird that they call it Tulsa King because Tiger King is from Oklahoma. I can't remember if he's from Tulsa. So has Sly slipped so low in his career that he has to co-opt Tiger King to sell a TV show? I don't know. Anyway,
I mean,
I've heard it's okay, but I don't know much about it. I do love Sly. So what can you say?
Here's the title that I made fun of earlier. February 18th, Welgo is releasing Panda Plan from this year on Blu-ray. This is starring Jackie Chan. And just listen to this magnificent piece of work. Soon after legendary kung fu star Jackie Chan is invited to adopt a beloved zoo panda named Hoo Hoo. Hoo-Hoo. A notorious international crime syndicate sets its sights on the bear and offers a massive bounty for his capture. Faced with this sudden crisis, Jackie enlists the help of his agent and Hoo-Hoo's, good lord, fiercely dedicated caretaker, leading the trio on an outrageous and unforgettable adventure as they seek to outsmart and outkick the bad guys at every turn, including the CGI panda bear's face on the cover of this movie.
Look at that paw. Count the fingers.
I see 5, but
I don't know, panda paws. So Panda Plan. That's my first time ever in my life saying we've got to have a panda plan. I love Jackie Chan. I guess I love pandas. This looks weird. I kind of have to have it, I think. But that is the worst Photoshop I think I've ever seen in my life. That can't be the real movie. That can't be a still, can it?
I don't think it's a still, no. But, I mean, Jackie doesn't look good either. This just, oh, man.
Are they, like, trying to make this a Mandalorian kind of thing? Like, so this is 2024. So they're like, okay, what's cute?
Grogu, Hoo-Hoo.
Jackie Chan, okay, we can't get fucking Yoda. Let's get this, let's get this panda. I can't remember what I said at the beginning, but no, this is a weird career choice for Jackie Chan. Do we know if this is any good?
No, I don't know anybody who's seen this, but I mean, most of Jackie's stuff over the last couple of years have not been great.
Yeah, I see. Paul said next would be a hippo. A hippo won't fit on his back, though. So that kind of...
He'll be riding the hippo, yeah.
He could ride the hippo, kind of like they were supposed to ride Black Phillip. That's coming back to my A24.
What a tie-in to what we're about to be talking about in like 3 minutes. Into the Deep. This is a Blu-ray coming from Signature Entertainment in the UK on February 3rd. This is a shark movie starring Scout Taylor Compton and Richard Dreyfuss.
Okay, now that's interesting. Now, first off, just seeing this cover and that size of that shark, they definitely need a bigger boat. That is a very small boat for that shark. And that girl is like a snack. She's like an appetizer. That's a big freaking shark. Richard Dreyfuss, what are you thinking? I mean, come on, that's your legacy.
Now maybe it's a shark movie people are going to watch.
Maybe it's the paycheck. I mean, I don't want to be too snarky, but I don't know much about this, but it kind of looks like the Sharknado kind of exploitation, just without the NATO. I don't know, but she looks sad. She's about to get eaten.
This is actually supposed to be pretty good. This is one that people have been waiting for a bit. So I'm very curious to see this. Yeah,
Stivner, the shark's actually played by Richard. Now that would be a boss move. Like, okay, you motherfuckers. 40 years later, I'm the shark. I'm the shark now.
I like that Ronnie says, I'm guessing this will be the second best shark movie that Richard Dreyfuss has been in. Just a hunch.
Yeah. I mean, I get the joke. Good one.
We are almost done. Only a couple left. March 4th,
that one.
We are getting a 4K from Kino. This is the second in their Peril and Distress 4K double feature line. This will include Endless Night and Picture Mommy Dead from 1972 and 1966. This will have audio commentaries on both films by Howard S. Berger and Nathaniel Thompson. And this will be a triple layered 100 gig disc. If you want the 4K of these two films, this looks like a great way to have it.
I don't know them, but looks good.
All right. Speaking of Sly, Daylight from Sylvester Stallone and Kino Lorber coming out on March 11th on 4K. We talked about this fairly recently, so we won't go into this too much. We just got a release date, but the big thing, no new extras on this whatsoever. They're just porting over some of the old stuff that they did, which includes a commentary by the director. But the big thing, this got a release in Germany with Atmos, and they are not putting Atmos on this disc at all.
That's weird. I remember this film being bad, and I think legitimately bad, like one of Sly's worst films, I think. I don't know. I haven't looked it up, but so maybe that's why. Maybe they're just trying to save some money.
Well, it's Kino. They don't do Atmos on a lot of stuff. They're also just lazy about sound.
Yeah, you had me at Kino.
Speaking of a good company, Studio Canal in the UK will be releasing 2 films with the one and only Tony Hancock. The first one, this is March 3rd on Blu-ray from their Vintage Classics line. The Rebel from 1961. This is his feature film starring debut. And this will have a new restoration of the film, new discussion with Paul Merton on The Rebel. And then Diane Morgan will speak on Tony Hancock. There's some archival features on this as well. And to accompany it, you can also check out The Punch and Judy Man coming out the same day on Blu-ray from the Vintage Classics line. This is his second feature film starring role. This one will have a new conversation with Paul Merton as well and some archival features. I've never seen either one of these, but they sound and look pretty good.
Same. Yeah, these might be good blind buys. Usually this era I enjoy. So, yeah, might check them out.
The big thing, that's it. Finally, for the week. We covered a lot of stuff. And normally after this, we go over what's coming out next week so people remember.
Yeah.
There's nothing coming out next week.
Well, there's a holiday, Ryan, just so you know. Yeah,
that's what I was going to highlight. It's about to be an important day for everybody. And I hope everybody has a safe and happy holiday. I think The Searchers is dropping in the next 10 days on 4K. So hopefully people start getting that in. But other than that, we're going to pick it up hot and heavy again next Thursday. The following Tuesday is going to be a big release day as well. We did almost 3 hours already, sir.
We had a lot. I guess I couldn't shut up. So speaking of The Searchers, Searchers was part of the reference image for our website. So when you see our logo on the just go to the website. So some of the colors were based on The Searchers. So I really can't wait to see that in 4K. I didn't realize it was so soon. I can't remember if I put a pre-order in. That's one thing with Kino is they're pretty safe usually.
That one is Warner Archive, not Kino.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they're also pretty. I'm glad 4K. Warner Archive's still putting some stuff out, especially 4K. And yeah, that Crunchyroll comment. This is a pretty good one. We had some good ones tonight. That's fun. Right?
Speaking of good ones, you're putting out a book soon on a company that a lot of us love. You're doing a book on A24. Tell us about the book, and then we'll play the trailer for it.
Yeah, actually, the trailer just got finished tonight or earlier today, so good timing. I've been writing a book about A24, and it is a book of, it's called the A24 New Wave. And so I'm a history and film studies guy, and I've studied and I love studying new wave movements, all over the globe, and there've been tons of them. And just watching modern cinema over the last 20 years, you see some commonalities will be available on the AC. It actually might. They might sell it. I don't know. It's going to be a very flattering book for them. I'm not going to say they're perfect. I don't like all their films. In fact, there's a lot of films I don't like. But the approach is really to talk about them in the context of their history, how they came to be. I mentioned Spring Breakers, big film for them. We've talked about Tusk, and actually you read that chapter, completely unedited, unproofread chapter. I hope you liked it. I had a lot of fun writing it. So we're basically talking about like the genesis of the company, their history. Now they're a distributor production company, so it's a weird company to write, and they're new.
They've evolved on that a lot since they started too.
They've really, like 2016 or so. That's when they started producing. Really, Moonlight was the big win. Well, really, Room actually. Because that was their first Oscar, Room and Amy, actually. So I've been writing about them, and I just think that they've somehow popularized genre cinema, and then also I think they've championed representation, and I know that there are a lot of other stuff that's happened in the last 10 years. The Oscars so white. I think just representation has become important generally, and I'm all for that. But I think that they've leaned into that as a company. I'd say more than most. And I think they've stuck to their mission of being, inclusive, quality. They take risks. I mean, some of the films that they've made, just looking back at them, even the Misfires, it's like, wow, you invested in that movie. But the way I'm structuring it is I am talking about the history, but I'm also talking about the filmmakers. So, for example, with Kevin Kevin Smith, I don't have to talk about him too much because he's very well known, very well established. So, and he just, I like to say that he just spent a moment of his life with A24, but it was a big moment. It was huge actually for him to turn around. And yes, he made Yoga Hosers after Tusk. So, and not everybody loves his new work, but so yeah, it's kind of a tour of all the great filmmakers that are working today, and some of them are making, like, Villeneuve is making Dune, Gerwig is making Barbie. Some of them are, and I think their creative instincts are intact for those. I think there's these mains. Last week you talked about how the 19 to 20 were reboots, sequels, so that's always going to be the case. But I think with A24, at least you're getting a pedigree of creative cinephile filmmakers that are influenced by, say, like Tarkovsky. Now, that's part of the troll too, is that they get stuff in theaters and they can fool people into going to see a film inspired by Tarkovsky, and so and that's kind of the joke. And I do play with that a little bit. The book is fun. It's serious and it has a point, but it's also fun. So because of that. And I can't say why, because I don't know if I'll be able to use all this stuff when it's published. But yeah, it's fun.
Let's roll a trailer, and then we'll be discussing some more A24 stuff soon. Let me make this full screen. And yeah, here we go.
You don't go to the movies, do you?
CineJourneys presents the A24 New Wave, a new book written by Aaron West, edited by Jill Blake. New wave movements have been part of film history since the beginning. A24 took a giant leap of faith putting art house films in multiplexes. They told human stories regardless of setting, genre, or budget. They took chances on young, visionary filmmakers.
I like girls, you know that, right? I'm not into boys.
They prioritized representation. They challenged the viewer.
Now, have you thought of what animal you'd like to be if you end up alone?
Yes, a lobster.
They changed cinema. The A24 New Wave, coming soon.
There it is.
I'm happy with that. Yeah, I think it came out pretty well.
It did. Looks pretty great. I'm excited to see everybody's reaction to that. And I mean, you got a Kickstarter coming. We'll, of course, be sharing that on the channel and talking about that more in 2024. Congratulations. Writing a book is not easy, especially in 2024.
Yeah. That's one question I get is it AI? And I do kind of shudder to think that because I'm surprised nobody's written a book about A24 before. But boy, how terrible would an AI book on A24 be? And it could happen. So the thing is, AI is everywhere. You just Google, you're going to find AI, and it's wrong a lot. So I love to write. I love to watch movies. So it's a good fit. And did you ever say what you're all?
Okay. Zach is probably high right now. I'll figure out everything else he's trying to ask.
We'll talk to him tomorrow.
Did you say what your favorite all-time A24 movie was? We're about to talk about that, Zach.
Yeah, that's well, okay. I think I know, but mine is going to be basically what I can grab. And by the way, can you see okay? Should I turn on the lights?
No, we're fine. You're totally fine. So tonight we're discussing 10 of our favorites. He said amp high, can confirm. 10 of our favorite A24.
Should be high if we're talking A24. That's the way to do it.
That is true.
I'm not high. True. So.
All right, so we're gonna go through a top 10. And did you go through the effort of trying to rank these like the number one is literally your favorite A24?
I think I have a number one.
All right. I tried. I feel like in a week this would have been a very different list. Tomorrow it'll be a different list. Next Thursday, whatever. Like I would love to run through I think I have 19 honorable mentions after this, but we will happily discuss these. And it's crazy for me because something like Stan just brought up The Witch. The Witch isn't even in my top 10. I'll spoil that now, which is wild for me because I love that movie.
The Witch is in my top 10. I'll just say that. Big fan of The Witch. That's why it's in the trailer. And that's why it's in the trailer for taking chance on visionary directors, because Robert Eggers, man, that dude was fun to write about. That is a dude that you would expect at a Renfest, not making movies. So love me some Robert Eggers. Anyway, you want to start off, or
let's do it? Why don't you share your number 10 first there, sir?
Like I said, this is not really my number 10 because the one thing about I have discs for all or some sort of item, and they don't all stack well. So it's basically ranked by how they stack. So this is not number 10. I saw the TV Glow. As you can see, it's not opened yet because I haven't written about it yet. But I do love this film. It's one of my favorites of this year. Probably top 2, top 3 at least. The Substance is my favorite so far this year. So I saw the TV Glow. You saw it in the trailer. I mean, I think this is revolutionary in terms of cinema, and this is where again, they're a company. They want to make money. They're really good at making money. Look at A24, all their merch, all that stuff. They know that they can sell this stuff, but not a lot of big studios, and I would consider them a big studio now, would put this movie out and lean into the subject. And like I said, give a chance to a new director to really create their vision. So I saw the TV Glow is an amazing film.
A solid choice. It's my number 5 from this year.
Okay.
The Substance is above it for me as well, but it was a great watch. This is one that I'm really eager to watch again. Actually, I've only been able to see it the one time. Definitely want to rewatch. My number 10. This is the movie that kind of solidified my love for one of these actors, and that is the Safdie brothers doing Good Time for Robert Pattinson. He is incredible in this movie, and I do also love Uncut Gems. It's on my honorable mention list, but Good Time is, I don't know, there's something special about the chemistry in this, and it feels more authentic to me than Uncut Gems, even though Uncut Gems is clearly a better made film in a way. But Good Time is, I don't know, there's something special about it.
I think Good Time is fascinating. It's not on my list. Uncut Gems is not either. There's some tough cuts because I love both those movies. And The Lighthouse is, well, we'll get to that. But I really like how Pattinson has reinvented himself as an actor. And that's something I'll probably talk about because again, it's not just about the directors and the auteurs, it's also the performers. And, he had to break away from that Twilight, I'm not going to say stank, typecast. He's not going to be a glittering vampire the rest of his life. So, and I think he is a genuinely good actor. And, he got lucky with a huge franchise and now he gets to explore his creative roots. So glad.
Honestly, even for Twilight, he is a good actor in Twilight. What they needed out of him.
Oh, I'm not a Twilight hater. The twinkling vampires is not although I think they got kind of bad towards the end, but
That's when they got more fun, Aaron. Come on.
Oh, bad sometimes is fun. Hey, that's what we talk about sometimes.
All right, moving to number 9.
Yeah, mine. So this is a little bit of a cheat, but this is Talking Heads, Stop Making Sense. One of the best concert films of all time. And then they have ventured into old, classic films. This is 80s classic. Talking Heads are a great, sorry, Stan's comment made me laugh. And so we're going to do a live watch actually during the Kickstarter. We'll probably do a live watch. I think it's available to stream. I'm not sure, but hopefully everybody has the Blu-ray because this is quite a package here. Great concert film.
This is a great one. I for me, this wouldn't even count because they sort of just did the theatrical run and the physical run with it. So I took it off my list, but you didn't impose that rule, so I totally get that. My number 9 is one that we just mentioned a minute ago, and that is Moonlight. Moonlight is a special movie, and obviously it's the Oscar Best Picture winner of this list, which is crazy. You would think that with an Oscar Best Picture winner, it would be high on everybody's list. But the crazy thing is they've done so many films that I honestly think, looking at it now, number 9 might even be too high for me. They've done so many great things. Moonlight is, look at that, an excellent piece of art. It is it's one of those movies where there are so many scenes from this that I would almost pay just to see commissioned as an art piece on my wall. The story itself is magnetic and one that I love in every single way. Moonlight's great. Shout out to, and I'm going to keep doing this, but one of my honorable mentions sort of gets lumped in with Moonlight, and it's probably because it's black filmmakers again. I truly love Waves. It is a movie that does not have a lot in common with Moonlight, but I think Moonlight overshadows Waves quite a bit. I also think Waves needs to be applauded for sort of doing something daring, which is having a real, I don't know, it's like a bell curve of a film. The climax happens at about halfway through, and it's an intense climax. But what's great is the whole second half of the film, you're sort of holding hands with the filmmaker and breathing in and out slowly to get back to normal. And not many films do that and give you that sort of comfort as you're coming down from that oh shit moment. And I think it truly is an interesting and unique way to go about that.
Yeah, I see Senator's comment about he's still leaning into the Atom, which is great. I'm here for it. But I just got a lot of these on the Black Friday sale. So I did read The Witch screenplay. Boy, that was quite a read. So I'll be reading all of these. But no, I just love reading screenplays. Period. But Moonlight is a fantastic movie. It's not on my list, but that might change by the time I'm done with the book. I'm probably about halfway or so. I've written a couple hundred pages, but I write fast. That is a mistake. That's okay. People have been making that mistake my whole life, and I am not a bitter person. I love Moonlight though, so. I knew that was going to happen. I don't want the house to catch on fire, so
I don't either.
Don Hertzfeld left. The thing is, A24 does not make small things.
No.
Yes, this time, good thing they're sealed. The Peter Strickland set's down there, so we'll see. Okay. I forget what number 8.
Number 8, yeah.
So The Souvenir. So Joanna Hogg, the very different films, and this again, I think I can't remember if they produced or acquired this. That's a big deal. That's a big distinction. If they greenlit and made a movie, and a lot of the movies that are on my list, at least, they did produce. I can't remember about this one, but I think they produced the sequel. If not,
that for sure, yes. It's
bold to make a sequel of a film an art film like this, and it's such a personal character story, and things aren't rosy. It's somebody dealing with a very tough period in their life and tough person, and I think it's based on Hogg's real life. So I love both these films. I'm glad they put them in this nice deluxe edition, and this one I have opened and watched, and I'm looking forward to watching it again in a couple months, or maybe sooner.
Solid pick, not on my list or my honorable mentions, but I mean, it's hard to argue with that. It's a good pick.
Yeah. I thought I'd be on an island on that one. So.
Oh, you were certainly not. It's again, this is an impossible company to talk about. There's just too many good movies.
Yeah. They do.
Number 8 is a personal one for both of us because of the filmmaker, and this is my only entry from Sean Baker, and that is Red Rocket. And I know that most people will choose Florida Project over Red Rocket, but there's something about this one that before Anora, this is the one that had really connected with me through a lot of storylines. And that's primarily because I feel like I have met all of the characters in this movie before. And that is one of Sean's gifts. He finds people that feel lived in. He finds people that are characters that are just true people. They're not even actors. They're people that are from those communities. And I mean, everything about this movie, from the grooming storyline to the stolen valor storyline to people that can't get away from their ex's parents storyline. There's so much about this that feel like I, could have stumbled across this family here, like a couple miles away from my home, and all of this would have been exactly what I've seen before. I love the visuals in this movie, and it's It's up there with Florida Project for me, but tonight, at least, this won the coin flip, and that's why it had to be here.
That's funny. Sorry for laughing at the chat. I got to stop looking.
No, please
Simmer's been cracking. I mean, Simmer always cracks me up, but usually I'm in the chat. So this time he actually has visual proof. So of course, the thing is, so the coin flip is different for me. I first interviewed Sean right before this came out. I think I cursed him because I told him I thought this was going to win him some Oscars. So I'm not going to tell him that about Anora. But I think Sean is. Well, first off, I'm so thrilled that he's achieved the level of success. I think he's a perfect filmmaker. I think he made his best film with Anora. I think Red Rocket is one of his best films, and I also. Really, he hasn't made a bad film. So I think it's a kind of an open secret that Prince of Broadway is going to be coming to us soon. Take out Criterion. Charlotte actually is on the Criterion channel as of, I think, now, actually. Or maybe it's in January. I think Take Out, Prince of Broadway, and Charlotte are going to be on the channel. And that's his first foray into sex work. So you can watch Charlotte. If you haven't seen it, I do recommend that. And it does connect with Anora. The Florida Project is a very different kind of story, but I can see the through line to Anora because Sean really found his comedy chops there. And there's some in Red Rocket too, but there's not that much in Tangerine, and there shouldn't be. And not so much in Take Out, but he's a great comedy filmmaker. I mean, Nora's nominated for comedy in the Golden Globes. So, but it's a very serious story too. And I think him balancing that, making films entertaining, and also, for those who haven't seen Anora, that ending scene it's a stunner. It's a great one. It's gonna leave you with some heaviness walking out. I do think he's a tremendous filmmaker, also a tremendous guy too. He's become a tastemaker, and just over the years, just knowing and seeing him, he champions young filmmakers like nobody else. And I could tell, there's some stories I could tell that I won't now, but maybe I'll talk to him about him at some point. He's a little busy right now. Hopefully he's giving me the ending from my book.
Not only does he champion young filmmakers, but he champions visiting the theater pretty much everywhere. He also champions shooting on film, and he champions women and sex workers in a way that you will not hear most other directors talking about. So kudos to Sean.
Really quick, I will just say that one time he thought he might have accidentally made a comment that sounded demeaning towards a filmmaker, and he asked me my opinion about it, and I didn't think it. I didn't think he was, and I didn't think it sounded that way, so I played it back for him. But that's how much he cares. He does not want to trash an indie filmmaker. He wants to lift them up, not knock them down. And I think that's that's more that could go around. So.
My number 7 is my only entry from Mr. Eggers on this list, and that is The Lighthouse. And again, The Witch absolutely could have been on this list. It is on my honorable mentions, of course. This movie is weird, obviously, in many different ways, just like every Robert Eggers film, to be honest. But today, this, again, just like Sean Baker, this just kind of won the coin flip for me. And The Lighthouse is memorable because of Pattinson. It's memorable because of Defoe. It's memorable because of the unique aspect ratio. It's memorable because of the stark photography. It's memorable because of, again, like the scenes that are clearly taken full out of art pieces that we've been looking at for centuries as humanity. And something about the almost like texture of applying this movie to the screen in front of our faces is just unique and special. And it is, as Stan just said in the chat, it is superlative in every way. And the hard part is The Witch is too. So I totally get it. It is an incredible movie, and on a witchier day, this would have won out in any list. I totally get it. But these are both like fairly neck and neck for me for Robert Eggers. He's incredible, and I still have not seen Nosferatu, and I can't wait to see it.
I'm glad you did that, and like choice, because I did the same, and my coin flipped the other way again. So we'll get to that in a second. But Robert Eggers is, again, he's somebody that wouldn't often get a chance. He was a production designer for like 10 years, but he was a really, really good production designer because he's so focused on getting every little detail right, maybe even too focused. Like there's some things in some of his films that he criticizes himself for that I like. For example, in The Witch, he criticized Anya Taylor-Joy's ear holes. That he didn't CGI those out. I never would have noticed that she had earring holes. I love the Lighthouse. Again, I put it on my stack just because I love it. Maybe it's on the list. I don't know. But my next one is The Lobster.
Good pick.
Which is Lanthimos is a really crazy filmmaker. And this is his one of two. So Sacred Deer is his second, and I think that's also an exceptional movie. The Lobster, this is kind of his breakthrough this is his breakthrough in the States, because Dogtooth I think got some acclaim, but not a whole. Dogtooth is difficult, but The Lobster,
people haven't seen Dogtooth either.
That's true, and most people won't. But The Lobster brought out his sense of humor too, which we've since seen in The Favorite a little bit. The Poor Things for sure. Maybe not so much Killing the Sacred Deer, but The Lobster's just funny as hell, and but it actually does make profound statements about relationships and about it's ridiculous, over the top about what we grab onto to make a connection, and how we can try to convince ourselves that some emotion is real because of some really arbitrary connection. But as long as that connection's there, that's love for them. So and it's also a weird, unique dystopian look. I've never seen a film like The Lobster,
right?
And it's just funny as hell. Like they dance to electronic music because that's the only music that you can dance to yourself with. So that pays off with a very funny scene. So I just love The Lobster, and I do have the script, and it's not open because I'm about to read it, but that'll probably be over the weekend.
So that was your number 6. My number 6 is a movie that I don't know that I've seen anything like it ever, and honestly, I probably never will at this point. That is an actor we mentioned earlier in the show, Ethan Hawke in First Reformed. This movie is not for everybody, clearly. There's so much about this movie that is slow going and doesn't pay off well for, honestly, probably for most people. But for those that have felt the annoying, nagging feeling of religion in a way that you want to pull your hair out and respond to things with just, like an immediate spewing of just shut the hell up type of moments. Mm-hmm. This movie goes to places that most movies do not. And I love First Reformed in a way that I could not watch this movie every day because it would piss me off more than anything. But this is a movie that I feel like everybody should see at least once and have no distractions. And this movie is, again, special, not one that will ever be made like this again. The last, 180 seconds of this movie it's something to behold. This movie's incredible.
Yeah, Paul Schrader is a master. So that's where. So I do. There's so many great filmmakers that have made A24 films. My book is not the one to tell Paul Schrader's story. His story is probably told in like 3 or 4 at least other books. So I have First Reformed as a gem. So it didn't make my list, but I think it's very close. It's super powerful, and I don't know who here has seen it, but I won't give things away. There is a sequence in it that I think is special, and I'll just say there's a little bit of magical realism that I think is, sometimes an indulgence that, serious directors don't always go. So I think that's a great pick. And I do love me some Paul Schrader, especially when he's old man yellow at cloud, or if he takes mushrooms. Or
I don't.
You don't love Paul Schrader? Okay.
No, I don't. Especially modern Paul Schrader. This is the only thing that I really appreciate.
Oh, you mean his movies? Okay, I thought you meant as a person.
Well, everything. Like, I hated The Card Counter. I think that's one of the worst movies I've seen in the last 5 years. Anyways, top five.
I love Mishima. Okay, top five. So okay, we have. This is the Italian cut. So I did the same thing with Ari Aster. If I could just lump all three Ari Aster movies and put them into this list, I would. This is an amalgam of all his movies. So Beau's Afraid, Midsummer, of course, the Italian version. So I've watched this a couple times. I've probably watched Midsummer 6-7 times, including the director's cut, which I think, so that's the director's cut that is amazing. I think it's actually better than the theatrical.
It is, so, for sure.
Thank you for objectively saying that.
It is very long. I understand that people object because of the length, but it is one that, well, I'll talk about that soon.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing is, that fleshes out characters, and I think that builds to a better payoff. So I also have the A24 directors. So this has not been open, but it will very soon. And I also have the screenplay here somewhere. I'm not going to risk blowing my stack again, so I'll turn it back over to you. But Midsummer is it's just a masterpiece to me. So is Hereditary. So is Beau's Afraid. I think Beau's Afraid is one of the best takes on anxiety. But I'd say Midsummer is my favorite of those all, and that's why the May Queen is on the trailer. I had to get her in there.
Yeah, it's also one of the most iconic visuals from the entire A24 filmography, obviously.
Yeah.
I do want to cover, especially because Patty Boy says Paul Schrader movies from his early years are A24-ish. I realize that you may have taken what I just said as that I don't like all Paul Schrader movies. I like his old stuff. I feel like he has completely lost it in his older years.
Well, yeah, I think First Reformed is by far an outlier for him. I'm not celebrating his later work. I think he's been dying from the light. That was not good at all. But Mishima, Blue Collar, I like Hardcore. Blue Collar is really wonderful. And of course, he's done a lot of work in the 70s, writing and doing other things. So yeah, I think he's a legend.
Paul Schrader, he wrote things. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I could let Akira go that you haven't seen Akira. And hey, I see Critic said Ari Aster overrated, and Stan said Ari Aster in a class by himself. He's very divisive, and I love that. Usually when it comes to divisive films, I tend to like them. So Mother, for example, Aronofsky, which is not A24. I love that, but I think that's very much an A24 film, kind of an Ari Aster-ish A24 film, and he's now in A24. So anyway, is it your turn?
Yes, my number 5. This is one that very almost didn't much make my list, and now it's all the way up to number 5. That is Under the Skin. This movie is so special and weird and just incredible. I mean, this is the alien invasion movie of all alien invasion movies, and it's not even talked about in that context very often because of everything else about this film. And when you take a movie like this and film it in a way where you're taking real people in a society and subjecting them to the film that you're making that ended up like this is a weird movie, and I don't think this would have worked with many other people besides Scarlett Johansson, but it's beautiful and creepy and genuinely unique in a way that probably could not be made like this ever again. I think this is one that was sort of a lightning in a bottle type of situation, and I kind of wish this had a bigger audience. I feel like a lot of people still have not given this a chance. I'm really still crossing my fingers for an A24 4K special release of this one, because this kind of deserves a second wave of appreciation, because it got really overlooked the year it came out.
Yeah, I think it was 2017 or something. The 4K, yeah. And it's still the same 4K, kind of like Ex Machina, and Ex Machina is not on my list. I do like it.
This hasn't not gotten a 4K at all yet. This is still only just the Blu-ray. Wow. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have another wrapped book, so Under the Skin is my number 3. The thing is, it's the cover is, since it's black and it has black text. It's almost transparent, but that kind of fits with the movie if you've seen it. So I had a lot of fun writing the Jonathan Glazer chapter So of course that was early, and I've covered all his films. It's already in the can, as they say.
Right.
Yeah, Under the Skin is so. And I also have a chapter on A24 horror that, kind of gets into the auteurs, but also everything else that they've done. So like Green Room, for example, is a big horror film for them, but it's nothing like Under the Skin. And I think when you ask what the first A24 horror was, some people actually say Spring Breakers. A lot of people say Tusk, actually. Some people do say Spring Breakers. Yeah, Tusk is probably like the actual correct answer to that. But I think that and I know you're a big Kevin Smith fan. This is not a comment on him, but I think the best really true auteuristic, serious, great horror movie was Under the Skin. And, but it's also I have it on my horror list, but people might say, it's not really a horror. And, I can see that perception. It's more of an art film. This is where I talked about Tarkovsky influenced stuff. This stuff is influenced by some really, the color pomegranates. You can see that in there. My grandmother, well, she's not alive, but she would not be going to see The Color Pomegranates or Under the Skin. Yeah, Green Room is. She would make it half an hour.
Right. They're both too boring.
Too boring, yeah, and too weird. But the thing is, and I just rewatched Under the Skin the other day, or not the other day, a few weeks ago, maybe a couple months, and it's just so good. Summoner said their first Enemy is a good choice, and as you saw, I love writing the Villeneuve chapter as well. And for him, I bounced out of A24 because that's his only film, but I really think it's like his kind of pivotal film, so it's not on my list. But if you watch his later mainstream films, they all have elements of Enemy in there, whereas Enemy also had elements of Ensemble, I think is how you pronounce it. So anyway, yeah, Under the Skin is great. I love Glazer. And what you got? And Zone of Interest did not make my list, but that's
mine either.
Completely different kind of film.
Yeah. You said that was your number 3 or 4? Because we were on your number 4.
Oh yeah, this is my number 3. So do you want me to just?
We'll do number 4 next time for you.
Okay.
My number 4 is one that I just got a Facebook message about from Mr. Zach here. My number 4 is Everything Everywhere All at Once, which
nice.
I love. Again, I think all of my top, 7 are probably masterpieces. So not really taking anything away at this point. All of these are all 5-star films, in my opinion. This movie is, another Oscar winner. This is a movie that made the difference for a lot of people, where they went, they can win more than one. Okay, yeah, this is special. A24 here to stay and all that. Michelle Yeoh's incredible in this. Ke Huy Quan's incredible. Stephanie Hsu. There's so much that is life-changing in a way about this movie, and touching and emotional and hilarious, and just done in a way by the Daniels that is audacious in a way that it should not have won an Oscar, making choices like this. Mm-hmm. When you have butt plug trophies making a prominent scene in your film, and you're like, yeah, we're going to win Jamie Lee Curtis an Oscar. Fuck you. That's amazing. And yeah. I'm stoked on it. This movie has so many scenes that have teared me up, have got me through this is one of the longest movies over the last 5 years that I've watched, and I've watched it 3 or 4 times. I adore this movie. It is special. I've got a commissioned art print in here that needs to be hung up because I love this movie so much.
Nice.
Masterpiece. Love this movie. Number 4.
Well, we might have an art print coming up soon as well, part of our Kickstarter. So hold that thought. It's not on my list, but but I did put it in the trailer, and that was in the They Changed Cinema. So I really think that without A24, Everything Everywhere, a type of film like Everything Everywhere would not win Best Picture. Right. And when we talk about the 19 of the 20, the remakes, so I think A24 gives me some hope that there could be some sort of original. It's not going to be Kraven the Hunter. Sorry. It's not going to be Lord of the Rings 80. It's but sometimes they so that's the thing, is they can get films to the mainstream. And I think that Everything Everywhere is a very accessible, fun film. It's an action film, but it's also, it has art, it has representation again.
Yep.
So I think it's a great choice. Didn't make my list, but that's not its fault. So yeah.
All right, back to your number 4 then.
My number 4 is unopened again. I got a lot of stuff at the Black Friday sale. Green Knight. So David Lowery, I do have a chapter on him coming, which is going to be interesting because I don't love all his films, but I do love this one. And this one I think is interesting in a lot of ways. Well, first off, it has like that intangible A24 style, that thing, like that kind of what you see like from Robert Eggers, with the monster, I guess. But it's also a slow burn. It's based on a medieval story. I mean, obviously medieval story. And it's a beautiful film, really enthralling too, and it makes you think. It's not they don't spoon feed the audience. That's why I said I use the heretic image for they challenge viewers. You can probably see where I was going there. Heretic did not make my list for reasons I think we agree on, but The Green Knight I think is a really, really special film. What's funny is this is the first movie I saw in theaters after COVID, or during COVID, I guess, 2021, I think it was when it came out. And they had no AC on in the theater. So it was like one of the worst theatrical experiences ever. But I still love the film.
You know what's hilarious? Green Knight was one of my worst theatrical experiences in the last few years because I think it was just a bad bulb, but I went to some no-name theater over on the Kansas side of the state line because I was over there for work or something like that, and I had like 4 hours to kill, and it was the only new feature playing that I wanted to see, and I went in there and sat down, and I was like, hopefully this improves, because after the first couple scenes, you couldn't even make out all the colors on the far left and right of the scene, and everything was dim. And the crazy thing, The Green Knight may be the prettiest A24 film.
It's gorgeous, yeah.
It has by far some of the best photography in the entire filmography here. So, yeah, love it.
And I champion seeing films in theaters, but some are tough and some really benefit from subtitles. I'll just be honest.
True.
So, yeah. So, The Witch, we'll get to The Witch, but is it my turn or your turn? I think
my turn. So that was your number 4. You've already done number 3. So I'm on my number 3 now.
Yeah.
My number 3 is a fairly recent one for them. And this is not one that they produced, I believe. I think this was just a pick up and distribute.
Okay.
Not like the other two, but that is Charlotte Wells' Aftersun. And
nice.
I've talked about this movie too much over the last year, but I will not ever shut up about this. I think this delivered Paul Mescal to a world that desperately needed him.
Yes.
It is one of their best stories that they've told so far. It is also the movie that has made me full-blown blubber cry more than anything over the last decade, by far. Also has the best needle drop, maybe, of their entire filmography. This movie is devastating and perfect and beautiful and kind of uniquely filmed as well, because they keep sort of screwing with the timeline of this vacation that they're on and going medium to medium with the digital photography against the handheld camcorder, against flashbacks, against like a bunch of other things. This movie is a masterpiece, and still not enough people have seen it. Charlotte Wells, I'm just so grateful that she gave us Paul Mescal and the story.
And her story. I mean, that's a tough story. I mean, I don't want to spoil everything, but I want to watch her commentary, and I've been saving that for a special day because I know that's going to be a heavy one, to say the least. But she's confronting her. I mean, that's the thing with it's. Yeah, they're a distribution company, but production company. I guess they picked up this one, but they're selective. They choose well what they want. So this is one that not a lot of people would take a chance on, and I'm very glad that Mescal, got the nom. I think he was worthy of a win. I forget who he lost to, but yeah, no, great choice, and very special movie. Not a lot of studios would put that out. My number 2, Lady Bird, and this one's open. Lady Bird. Well, first off, I think Greta Gerwig is just really, I think she's one of the best working filmmakers today. And I include Barbie in that conversation. I don't think Barbie was really disliked by people. And I think I see Sibner mentioned Under the Silver Lake. I love that film as well, too. And Ginger and Rosa, there's a whole bunch of great films that we can't cover. Lady Bird, and I forget who worked with Greta, or not, I guess sort of with Greta, but I think this is almost the perfect coming of age movie. Now, I'm not a girl, so I don't really know what growing up as a girl is like. I kind of live vicariously through my wife because she can identify with this story a little bit. So I just think Lady Bird is a special movie. Haven't written the Greta Gerwig chapter yet, so that'll be coming pretty soon. But I'm really looking forward to that because I think she's a really rare individual that came of age as a filmmaker by acting, by writing, by a partnership, by collaboration, and I think that's made her a great director. If Little Women were on A24, it would also be my top 10, and that would have been my coin flip. I probably would have went with Little Women, but still.
Solid pick. Just barely missed out on my top 10. I love this movie for so many reasons. When I mentioned Dee Dee earlier about being a period piece of 2008, this movie did the same thing for 2002 in a way that scratched many itches for me because I was around her age in 2002, and it was I was perfectly done. Like all of the dialogue, the style, the cars, the the sudden hopelessness of teenagers at that time.
Yes.
However,
everything's so important. Yeah.
It is a very unique time to capture the way that Greta did.
And I want to walk back I'm not a girl or a female. There are a lot of themes in that movie that are very universal, just the teenage experience. So I like the way you put that. I also relate to that a lot too. So it was filmed in my wife's hometown, or I'm sorry, it was filmed near my hometown. I'm getting confused. It's late. But kind of like on the wrong side of the tracks, that was a thing for my wife. So that's where she relates to it. Yeah. But anyway, I guess you're to number one.
No, number two first. Number two for me is a movie that you've already talked about, Midsommar. Nice. I know a lot of people, when they think of Ari Aster, they go straight to Hereditary. There is no other filmmaker that could have beat Hereditary, probably, except for Ari Aster himself. And to me, I feel like Midsommar is more of a fully realized movie than Hereditary. Hereditary has a lot of mystery in it, which is great, but something about Midsommar is there to sort of show all of its cards in a way that is more terrifying than keeping things a secret. And I equate that with making it a daylight set horror film. I equate that with the fact that the entire movie is spelled out if you pay attention in the first 3 minutes of the film.
Much so, yeah.
It is the fact that they even just the marketing of this movie, they basically tell you the entire story, and yet you're still shocked and surprised in every single scene, and it lives in you because it is that type of a movie. Now, that being said, we do got to mention, you brought up the director's cut earlier. The director's cut it's a different level entirely than the theatrical cut here. And I know that the length is going to be intimidating for a lot of people, but the exposition that Ari Aster specifically draws out is only equated by the Dr. Sleep director's cut that came out recently.
I agree.
From Mike Flanagan. Those two films are enhanced in a way that not just explains things better, they make payoffs more fulfilling. They make situations feel more tense. They bring you a level of emotion that the theatrical version was probably by a studio deemed too heady, perhaps. And yet both of them are so perfect and special that I know that we're not talking about Dr. Flanagan here, but those two movies, for some reason, because they came out very close to each other and both with very different director's cuts, are absolutely worth it. And Midsommar to me is Ari Aster's masterpiece. I truly adore this movie, one that I've rewatched once or twice, and will not hesitate to continue to promote to everybody because it's amazing. And we love cats on this show, so thank you.
Sorry, he is a massive bad cat. He's being very, very bad right now. So he might start attacking me any second. I can't grab it, but yeah, I'm going to put him down. He's been... he's something. he is an A24 movie in himself, but he was anyway, sorry. We are
You're number one. Let's talk about the witch.
Let's leave on. He's our mascot. My number one is the witch. You can see it's an empty case. That's because the rest of it is over there by the player where it should be. Well, actually, I have some of it here, and I just dropped it. You know how much that is worth? The thing about this Blu-ray, though, is this is second sight. Speaking of which, and yes, he is a
witch.
Ooh, I see what you did there, the witch. This is you probably can sell this for like $300-400. I haven't checked lately, but what I like about it is they make it look like it's been dragged around a little bit.
Yeah.
If I were to ever sell it, probably somebody would say, "Oh, you dragged it around." No, it's like that.
They bring up this show and show evidence of look how he treats his stuff.
You're right. I think I'm never going to sell anything on eBay again. So The Witch is my number one, and as much as I love a lot of the films we talked about, it's not anywhere close. I think The Witch is one of the best movies I've seen in my life. In fact, I'm thinking about putting it on my top 4 of Letterboxd, but do I kick off Touch of Evil? I don't know. I think The Witch is, it's just a stellar movie. It's a movie that shouldn't have happened. I think 20, 30 years ago, it wouldn't have happened. You wouldn't have gotten this guy that just wrote a really weird screenplay. And by the way, The Witch is the movie that you really have to watch with subtitles. I do get why people in theaters, it made a lot of money in theaters, like $40 million. But The Witch is just a stone cold masterpiece. Anya Taylor-Joy, of course, gives just a magnificent performance, and you really feel her plight throughout the entire movie, and it is a slow burn, but you really do, just in her performance, you see the ending pays off and makes sense because of her performance and because of all the meticulous detail that Eggers put into that film. And when you read the script, and I did read the script, it's almost to the letter as far as what they could shoot, except for the goat, except for Black Phillip, because apparently he was an asshole, kind of like my cat just was. In fact, my cat, I compare him to Black Phillip because he's a big boy. But The Witch is a masterpiece, one of the best horror films I think I've ever seen, and I can't wait to watch it again and again and again. That's my number one.
The Witch is great. Like I mentioned earlier, it could have been, honestly, it probably could have been my number one. Well, probably number two on any day of the week. It's a masterpiece.
Can't wait.
And the way that Eggers approaches these and does everything so faithfully to the time is a testament to filmmaking that it already is studied in a way that is something that should be replicated by many.
The thing is, I'm a history guy, and he's a history guy. He's far better at it than I am, but he researched this so much, and he got really almost every detail in the film. And true history is not entertaining. And some people would say The Witch is not entertaining. A lot of people would say that. To me, it's very entertaining and very transfixing. What's your number one, sir?
My number one is not a surprise to many that have watched this channel for a long time. In fact,
don't be Tusk. Don't be Tusk.
2 people in the chat have already texted me to say it's my number one. And yes, you're right. It is a film that I feel like it was made for me because I experienced a lot of situations similar to it in a way that's not racist or death-defying. It's Green Room. Green Room is a movie that
Mark's safe from Tusk
is in my top 4 on Letterboxd, like you just brought up about The Witch.
Nice.
It is, first of all, you can't really talk about this movie without talking about Jeremy Saulnier first, because his films something about every single one that he's made, even Murder Party, like I feel like they were made for me in mind. It's like he made the film for the audience of Ryan, and it's done so perfectly in every single story. Blue Ruin is exciting in a way that I feel like he knew what would get me pumped up and intimidated. Even the one that just came out this year that, it went out to Netflix and will probably not get a physical release of it ever. The fact that it's out there and done in a way that is a relevant story and so perfectly shot, I appreciate it so much. But Green Room, this is the star of the show at the moment. So, got to point out, I grew up in the music scene. I was a band promoter. I volunteered at a radio station. I've been in punk clubs hundreds of times. I've done house shows. I've done shows in my house, in my living room, in this house. I'm still that much in love with it. Wow. And because of those times that I've spent with bands, I've seen plenty of green rooms, plenty of areas that walking across the floor, your shoes are going to stick on every step because they're that disgusting. Yeah. And there's something about this movie that really nails the aesthetic of being out in the middle of nowhere and being helpless in a way that you are going to find yourself in a terrifying situation. And the crazy thing is it's exacerbated by the racism displayed by Patrick Stewart and his team in this subversive role that Patrick plays. But you don't even need that for this to be terrifying. And that's what makes this so great, because you literally could have just locked the door and these people are screwed. Like, there's no way for these people to escape. And that enough is terrifying. You add in Patrick Stewart as a Nazi, rabid dogs, a fog, and a broken arm. And suddenly this movie is one of the scariest movies of all time. I adore this movie in a way that it's kind of biased because it feels so personal for me, but it's a love letter to Anton Yelchin now that he's passed. It is. Yeah. Imogen Poots is great. I could talk about Green Room for hours. This movie, I think, is a masterpiece.
Well, I'm writing about it right this second. Well, not literally right this second. Otherwise, I'd be a really terrible guest. But yeah, I have some shared history there with music. I have not hosted any bands in this house, but the 90s young. But I know that. Yeah, I'm into offbeat, I guess you could say punk, or what, probably what a lot of us indie film, art film lovers like. So I've been to a lot of green rooms as well. I also think it's almost like a reverse home invasion too. And it's also like a reverse slasher, like the slashers come to the room. So it's a unique horror movie. Like Strangers, you could see that. I know that's not an A24, but you can see some parallels, and that's a good film. But this is way, way better. So I think that's a really solid number one pick. And Patrick Stewart, who is Picard and Professor X, America's bald sweetheart, going there and being who he was in that movie. First off, kudos to him for taking that role in the first place. A lot of people would, frankly, I think that's a bad thing, is a lot of people care so much about their image that they'll turn down, like George Raft did, and he lost out on all these great roles. So, Green Room is great. Great list, Ryan. And I'm kidding about Tusk. I really do like Tusk. It's so fun. It's so zany that, and you read my chapter, so you get an idea. I try to be as subjective as possible, but I can't help but put my personal feelings aside. And since it was brought up, I will share just two honorable mentions, if you don't mind.
I'm going to share like 19. So yeah, of course I don't mind.
Well, since everything has fallen over the floor, go ahead.
Okay, so The Witch, Blackcoat's Daughter, which is great, and I think more people need to see. Florida Project, Lady Bird, Hereditary, we've already talked about. Eighth Grade, Bo Burnham is a modern Renaissance man, and I adore that movie. Mid-90s, I know that Jonah Hill has not been appreciated recently, but I adore mid-90s because it captures so much of the 90s skate aesthetic, which also I was a part of for some reason. overlooked like crazy by is unfortunately another person that has been canceled by everybody. Last Black Man in San Francisco is a masterpiece as well. That was the closest one to being on my list. Jonathan Majors, I know that he's not a great person. He is incredible in this film. His acting is next level, and it's so unfortunate that he is a piece of shit.
That is, and he's a great actor, and he would have brought something to the Marvel films. I wish he wasn't a piece of shit, because he really is. But probably what he brought is because he's a piece of shit. So I don't know. It's a chicken egg thing. But I see that Ronnie mentioned Last Black Man in San Francisco. I'm from the Bay Area. That's why I mixed up Lady Bird, because she's from Sacramento, and you don't get a lot of movies about Sacramento. I'm not from Sacramento. I'm from San Fran area, but gentrification is like one of the best movies about gentrification and how unfair it is, and that is certainly a thing in San Francisco and Oakland too. And there's been a couple of other movies about that. It really is a tragedy that Jonathan Majors turned out the way he is. And again, kind of going back to what we said earlier, I don't think he's canceled. I think he paid for his consequences, and maybe he has the right to redeem himself. But I think that actually I like this about our current society is I think he has to become a better human being to get there. And so it's on him.
It depends on that part of society. I think there's some people that think they should never work again. And then there's others that once they do the time, the crime is forgiven. And
that's a rabbit hole. I mean, I know people are asking for Spacey to come back, or I saw that over the weekend, and I don't think he's okay to come back. So I don't. Majors, it's not for me to judge, but if he has a career again, I mean, it's tough because he's a piece of shit. But
no two bones about that.
Yeah, everything everywhere all at once. I'm run out of things to grab, but I did see that. Kyle, I think, mentioned Ex Machina, and none of Alex Garland movies have made my list or really come very close. But I think he's actually a really brilliant writer, and I think that he has found ways to express things in science fiction that aren't, it's not just about exploding planets and sand. But I think he's done some really amazing things. And actually, I think Men is interesting, and I think that his miniseries Devs is very interesting. There's a reason I say that name sometimes. If you've seen it, you probably get it. But yeah, A24 has made some good shit.
Rest of mine, The Farewell is one that hit me really hard. I think it is an astonishing piece of work and a look into a society that I never would have known without that film. I mentioned Waves earlier, so I won't say much else. Uncut Gems, I know I mentioned the Safdies at the very beginning of my list, but Uncut Gems is truly great and by far Adam Sandler's best film. Minari, one that has not been brought up tonight. I adore Minari. Stephen Yeun is one of my favorite people. He is great. Marcel the Shell with Shoes On. I love this movie. It is so saccharine, but not in an overly sweet way. It is naively innocent saccharine, and because of that, I truly love it. Had to give a shout out to Bodies, 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 one that everybody overlooks. I think it's a super fun A24. Never would have been in the top 10, but it's one that I truly have a great time watching. Pearl, I think, is Ty West's masterpiece so far. I had to bring that up. Past Lives from last year is one of my favorite movies of the 21st century. I think it is a romantic story done right, based on I know that I'm making so many of these personal, but based on essentially an immigration story, and I work in immigration, and it hit me in ways that I hear about every single day of my life. I've got 3 left, and I apologize.
Okay. No, you're good.
All 3 of these from 2024, which is why I held them to the end, because I don't think 2 of these are recency bias. Heretic probably is, but I think Heretic is 2/3 of an incredible film, and then a giant shit the bed moment. I think that this year the 2 winners from A24 for me are Love Lies Bleeding, which is going to be looked back on as a modern masterpiece that I think is so much fun, and again, truly audacious filmmaking that is going to make make like mainstream film goers say what the fuck in a bad way, and make people that love art house cinema say what the fuck in a very pleasant way. And then the other big one this year, I don't remember if I mentioned this earlier, but We Live in Time. I did, because we talked about the rom-com versus dramedy. We Live in Time, I think, is going to be one that will survive against like modern romance stories that will be overlooked for a long time. I truly love that movie.
I need to get to that one. So, like I said, it's in the other room, and so is Love Lies Bleeding. Great choice. That's also really. There's so many. I probably have 50 honorable mentions. They're all tied for 11th. And I saw that Under the Silver Lake was mentioned. I just want to shout out. I love that movie as well. And in fact, we got to interview the producer of that movie not too long ago. We didn't talk about that one too much. We talked about other stuff, but I'm going to try to get her to give me a quote or two or an interview about that for the book. I do want to shout out Past Lives. So I fucked up, believe it or not. This was supposed to be my top 10, and this is probably in my top 5, and it fell on the floor. That's what's funny,
literally
though,
left on the cutting room floor.
yeah, it was right there. I was like grabbing things. So yeah, you can tell how much thought I put in it. But the thing is, I'm living in this world. One thing I want to point out is look at this. So you saw the cat.
Ooh.
The cat did that. Thank God it was to a studio Blu-ray and not The Witch. So a good thing I picked those discs up. Past Lives is a masterpiece. It's one of, it is probably, if I were to rethink, recalibrate my list, so probably like 3 or 4 or something around under the skin level. I think it's a special movie, and that one's about life, love, relationships. It's also about, and I'm sorry, I know I'm a guy, I know I'm a husband, but I think it is a good thing to have movies about tolerant, good husbands doing the right thing.
Oh yeah,
not being selfish, and I don't think that's seen too much. So I'm not like, hey bro, I'm a husband, this is a husband's movie, because it's really not about the husband. It's really about the protagonist. And you saw I put her in the trailer as well, and I love that shot with her eyes looking up at his. I think it's just a special movie. So many, and I'm seeing others in the chat. There's just so many.
I hope everybody enjoyed these lists. Again, it was very difficult to bring this down to a top 10. And again, I know like a lot of my stuff was mainstream, really well-known movies, but those extra 19, I hope you dig deep into some of those. And again, if you haven't seen some of these, like for some reason, there's still a lot of people that haven't seen Lady Bird. There's tons of people that haven't seen Past Lives. I know that modern stuff like We Live in Time is still like getting its due and going out, and it's still in theaters and all that. Try to get around to some of these. They're doing great work. It's a studio where you're going to hear everybody talk about Midsommar, but they also made Minari, and a lot of people are never going to see Minari, and you really should. It's incredible.
A good one deep cut, since we talked about, so I could come up with a lot of deep cuts too, but I'll mention Slow West is my deep cut, which is a revisionist Western, very much in the spirit of Power of the Dog. It was actually shot in New Zealand, actually really the same area in New Zealand. And I forget the name of the director. Again, it's in my book, but he was in the Beta Band. He was actually the creator, founder of the Beta Band. So if you know them, they've been in some soundtracks. High Fidelity was a big one. So that's a slow burn. Fassbender's in it, Michael Fassbender, and I forget the. It was the same kid, Cody McPhee. I think that's his name. He was in it as well. But the thing is, the guy from the Beta Band made that, and he hasn't made another movie since. And I think that's like 2014, 2015. So it's an early one. And some of the early ones are not great. So that was one of the ones that didn't do too well, but it's kind of like a hidden gem. So anyway, great list. I made a joke to somebody that this is probably going to be 4 hours. And
I hope it's lived up to all of your expectations. Thank you for being a part of All-Star Month, essentially, with Will and then Joel from Scarecrow, and now you. And then this is the first time I've said it anywhere. The next week is a big one for me because he is always busy on Thursday nights, so was never going to be able to make it. Brian Sauer will finally be on Reconnected next Thursday from Just the Discs. So come back. I know that Brian Sauer's joked that he kind of passed the torch on to me for what he was doing for quite some time. And it is going to be a really fun conversation next week. And to dive into with somebody that is just so passionate about physical media and film, like a lot of us are, that has made the leap, and pure cinema is freaking huge. So to be able to get Brian is a big moment, and it's going to be a good time. Obviously, please go look at CineJourneys if you never have. Link is in the description below for that. As Criterion Now is a part of the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network, I'm obligated to say you should have already been subscribed.
2 episodes coming. Sorry.
Please go listen to Criterion Now. Aaron and Jill have been tastemakers, literally for years, for people that are following not just Criterion stuff, but really pushing the boundaries of what you are interested in film. And I have to say thank you for years of recommendations, and for introducing me to great filmmakers, and just being a friend now.
It was all for you, Ryan. All for you. Great to hear that Brian's going to be on. Great friend. In fact, yeah. So I'll definitely be. Well, I'll try to be in the
day
chat
after Christmas. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. I might have to apologize to Brian. We'll see. But this has been a blast. Thank you for having me on the network and the show. It's great to be connected. To bring it full circle, reconnected. So this has been a lot of fun.
If you liked this conversation and you want to have more conversations like this 24/7, because literally I'm in the Discord right now chatting with Celeste and Kev as we're talking about the keto sale, and I'm talking to Aaron because I'm an idiot. We would love to have you in there. Link for the Patreon's in the description below. Sign up at the $7 level. You get access to the Discord. It's a great time, really great community. I love having Aaron be a part of it. There's not much else I can say. Great week. Thank you all. And we'll see you next Thursday. Have a great Christmas. Happy holidays. Be safe. If you're traveling, go slow. It's rough out there right now. People are crazy.
People are crazy. Let's end with people are crazy. Don't have a panda. Was it panda?
Oh shit.
Panda plan. Have a panda plan.
Have a panda plan when you leave. Thanks, Aaron. See you next time, everybody. Thank you for watching The Disconnected. On the way out, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, that you've liked the video, and that you've copied the link to be able to share with someone else that may appreciate this.
Hello, this is Chris Haskell from They Live by Film. For those that don't know us, Adam, Zach, and I, we built a podcast over the last 2 years that's a combination of film discussion from 3 very different perspectives, as well as industry interviews with the leaders in boutique Blu-ray and 4K community. We started with Dev Crocodile, but over time we've been lucky enough to speak with Arrow Video, Severin, Mondo Macabro, Vinegar Syndrome, Radiance, Indicator, most of the OCN partner labels. It's been a blast. You can find us wherever you podcast, and also actually recently as part of Someone's Favorite Production podcast network. We hope to see you online.
Thank you for listening. To hear more shows from the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network, please select the link in the description